What's up, guys? Welcome back to the channel with me, 3-Tip Scout. It's kind of deadline day. We need to get our lineup sorted for Sorare, and I thought Ultimate Champions, but we've kind of missed it. But to be fair, we didn't really need to do anything for Ultimate Champions anyway. However, we do have some rewards to open on Ultimate Champions, so we'll do that now. And then you can see here that we can start building for the next game week, which starts in 3 days' time, which is the weekend one. But we'll come back to that later. For now, we'll open up our rewards and then we'll run through the teams that we're going to enter into Sorare for the midweek. We actually missed out. Look, we missed out on Una, which is a bit of a shame. We missed out by one position here. We needed to finish top 15 on Ultimate Champions to get some kind of an Una. We got dropped down to 16th, which is a shame. Let's open them up. It's very, very quiet in the chat. You guys do know that you're allowed to talk in the chat, right? You have permission. You are allowed to speak on this channel. So hello to guys in here. Do say hello back if you can. Okay, let's open this up as well. All right, claim. Hello to Mark. How you doing, man? First one to say something in the chat. Hello to you, man. How did your game week go, Mark, in Pookie? Because you usually have quite a good one, don't you, Mark? Hello to Big Merc as well. Listening from the gym again today. Don't forget to do legs. Don't skip leg day. Hello to Sops as well. Hello to Moldy. Good to see you guys in here. All right, we claimed all of those. So we claimed what? We claimed 330 MGC coins. We've got 905. Now, what we done last time was we kind of saved up our MGC to buy a bigger, more expensive pack. I think this time around, what I'm going to do, I'm simply going to spend it on the jumbo pack here and just see if we can get lucky. So if we buy this pack for 749, we have 905. In this pack, we have a 10% chance to maybe pull an epic card, but there are 3 drops, so the odds aren't too bad. And I've actually had a lot of success in the past by opening this type of pack, so I don't want to wait too long now to save up again. It was quite underwhelming. You guys will probably remember that we saved up about, I think it was like 3,400, and we bought a pack with it, and it was probably a card that we got in there that we could have got from the jumbo pack. So I think, you know, for a while, we'll just try and do the jumbo packs and see if we can strike gold in there. So hello to you as well, Twitch Gaming, of course. As I usually have, quite good results. I'm not as pleased with the outcome. Could have been much better. Still was decent. 3rd in the Premier League. That is good, yeah. But I'm guessing by your standards that you didn't quite smash it as much as what you're used to. I didn't either. I'm actually quite grateful that we still won something from Pookie. Didn't win anything from Sorare. It was a complete waste of time on Sorare this weekend. But at least in Pookie, we won something. About 350, which is okay. £3.50, not 350, if you're wondering. £3.50. 350 would have been lovely, but we just got £3.50. Let's buy this one here. Okay, there we go. We're going to open this and see if we get lucky. If you don't know this game, by the way, and you want to play it, there is a link in the chat right now. Use that link to sign up and you'll get a free epic card, which is what we're hoping to try and pull. You'll get a free epic card once you spend $20 in the game. All right, so claim the pack. Hello to Arthur as well. Hello to Ligma. Oh my God, look at that. We're going to get an epic. Would you look at that? This is why I love these jumbo packs. We have so much success with these jumbo packs. So, wow. Okay. So you can tell we have an epic card in here because when you hover over it, it hovers, it kind of glows purple. This one's a common, and then this one's a common too. But just to pull an epic from a jumbo pack, which you can basically buy from just saving up your free-to-play currency, is amazing. And this will be a card that will be worth actual money. Hopefully, it'll be a really cool card as well. But even if it's not, it's a card with value that we've won for free, which is brilliant. So let's this has turned out well, isn't it? Let's open the commons first of all. Okay, so Luka Adzic is in there. He's okay, actually. He's not too bad. Then we've got, oh, I don't know this guy. Milos Savetkovic, 33-year-old defender for TSC. I'm not familiar with him at all. All right, let's do it. We're going to get a epic card here. Shall we find out what we're going to get? Let's get the drum going for this as well. Oh, this is so cool. I mean, when you buy a jumbo pack, you should never really think you're going to get an epic. So when you do, it's incredible. It feels at the moment like every time I buy a jumbo pack, there seems to be an epic in there. I think probably, I mean, this is a complete guesstimation here, but it feels like the last 5 I've opened, I've got about 3 from the last 5, which is pretty good odds, right? Pretty good return. So here we go. Drum roll. Oh my word. We get a Chris Martin. That is brilliant. That is really good because he is smashing it for Bristol Rovers at the moment. Look at that. Oh, wow. Legend of the game, Chris Martin. Used to play for Norwich back in the day, didn't he, Chris Martin? He's 34, so he's knocking on a bit, but this is a great pull. Wow. Let's close that down. Let's bring up Ultimate Champions. Let's bring up the UC helper here. Okay, which is like the Sorare data for Ultimate Champions. And then we're going to type in Chris Martin. Okay, like that. And look at that. Chris Martin, at the moment on the market, is listed for $30, but his last sale, which went actually yesterday. So yesterday, somebody bought him for $17.50. And then his last 3 sale average over 36 days is $16. So we've actually just won a card that is worth way more than the card that we pulled from the 3,400 pack, which is why I wanted to just buy the jumbo pack. I don't think I'm going to be saving up again to buy one of those big packs because it just didn't feel that great. Whereas this feels amazing because for 750, we've got not only a player with good value, but we've also got a player that we can use who is scoring very well. Look, 213, 160, 130, 225, loads of decisives. Look, goals, 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 and goals. That's a decent one. What do we reckon, guys? Is that a win or is that a loss there? Because I actually think that is a big win. And we, to be fair as well, we needed another forward. So incredible. He's only got a contract until the summer. So who knows? He could be released, right? But he's been, from the looks of it, he's been doing pretty good, right? I think that's brilliant. Was it one of the best to get out of the pack? You know what? We should check that, shouldn't we? We'll go back onto the pack and we'll check the index list. So Chris Martin at the moment has, look, 15 goals in 26 games so far this season. He's got 1 assist as well. Look at that record so far. He's just been in blistering form. And he's like a proven goal scorer, Chris Martin. I wasn't making it up about Norwich City, was I? No, a long time ago he was at Norwich. He's also at Luton. Forgot about that. Yeah, he was at Luton. Wow. Let's have a little look here. Let's have a little look. So we've got Chris Martin. Thank you so much as well, Wakey Academy, for the sub, man. Welcome into the channel again. Let's have a quick gander. If we go into the distributed athlete list link. Okay. And then if we type in Chris Martin, there we go. So Chris Martin, 10.8 on the performance index here, which, you know, to be honest, the top one is a performance index of 12, which is, of course, Albert Gronbeck of Bodo Glimt, who a lot of you guys will remember was linked with a move to Charlotte. And you've kind of got like the likes of Lamine Yamal up here. So these guys are really the stars up here. Look, Lewandowski. And then we've just pulled a Chris Martin, who, to be honest with you, was quite high up. Look, when you look at the whole list here, it was very high up. Christopher Aperi's really low down here, isn't he? And so is Christensen. This was a good pack. I didn't realize you could get these types of players in this pack, you know? Like picking up a Christopher Aperi, or an Anders Christensen, or even a freaking George Byers in here. I'd be well happy with that. I feel like this list was way better than the list that we got when we spent 3,400 coins to get a better pack. Oh, well happy with that. Really good. I know. Can you imagine that? Yeah. Imagine, guys, if you pulled a Lamine Yamal, a 16-year-old Lamine Yamal wonder kid of Barcelona, if you pulled him from a jumbo pack that only cost you 750 MGC, and you can earn that all for free. This is what I love about Ultimate Champions. The free-to-play side of the game is so rewarding, and it's rewarding in a nice, balanced way as well, because it wasn't like we expected to get anything there. We just thought, let's give it a go, and maybe we can get lucky. And boy, did we get really lucky. We didn't get super lucky, like picking, like pulling a Lamine Yamal, but my word, Chris Martin will do. Definitely. I actually want to know how many goals Chris Martin has over the course of his career, because I think he's got a very good record from appearances to goals. Let's have a little look. Okay, so stats and then stats by club. Oh, he's not got a super record. I thought he had actually thought he had a better record than that. He hasn't even hit 200 goals, career goals, and he's played over 660 appearances. So it's a little bit light, but it's actually, I mean, this record for Bristol Rovers is brilliant. Look, played 30, scored 15, got 1 assist in that time. That is a good record. So it would be a little bit surprising if they didn't renew his contract. Where are they as well in the league? In League 1? Oh, they're mid-table. Okay, so that's probably as good as what I was hoping for. I didn't almost want Bristol Rovers to be down here because maybe if they got relegated, Chris Martin wouldn't want to go and play League 2. Maybe he would. Maybe that would be the only option on the table for him. But I think he's probably at the level where he should be, League 1 now. And so it doesn't look like they're going to get promoted. But if he ends up playing League 1 football next season, amazing. Really good. I'm going to get him from my under-23 pack this week. Who are you going to get? What, Lamine Yamal? Yeah, I'm well happy with that. What a great start to this stream. So, we've just pulled a epic Chris Martin on Ultimate Champions. What we'll do, we'll go back into my collection here. If you pull a Lamine Yamal, you're going to be doing that stream with us, aren't you, Twitch Gaming, where we can watch you open it live on stream, right? Where's our Chris? Here he is, Chris Martin here. Let's have a quick look here. Look at his scoring at the moment. It's brilliant. Let's have a quick look on the market. UC Helper said there was one up listed for about $30, but I'm not so sure. No, they were right. There is one listed up for $30 here. Okay. Even though I think this is a great pull, what we are going to do is we are going to get him up for sale, but we're going to get him up for sale just under $30 here. We're going to get him up for like 20, 27, 28 technically, right? So that if we did end up selling him, we'd get $25. Now, you know, as I say, we don't actually need to sell him, but what I tend to do is I will list all my players that I have in my gallery for higher than what they've been going for. That way, if they sell, then it doesn't feel like I've really lost out. I've really like undersold, you know? You can see here, look, over the last 3 months, he has sold for $17.50, $16.60, $15. And then over the last 6 months, he's actually not sold for more than 20. So the fact that we're going to put him up now for just under 30, if he was to sell, then we are technically selling for the highest that he's ever sold, which will be a big win. But if he doesn't sell, of course, then it's great because we've got a player that we can definitely use. And in Ultimate Champions, there is no list or play kind of function. So you can list and play those cards rather than if you list them, then you can't play them. So it's quite nice because you can try and win by selling and also try and win with them in the game. You missed the noon deadline for Ultimate Champions, did you? Oh, man. Yeah, that's the problem with Ultimate Champions. Not the problem, but that is one of the things to always be aware of, is that the deadlines change all the time. They're not fixed. So it's easy to miss them. So one of the good habits to get into with, we've got to put this in. One of the good habits to get into on Ultimate Champions is as soon as the new game week opens, just immediately enter a team. Put the best team out that you think you can without any research at all. And then worst case scenario, if you do forget about it or if you don't get round to doing that team again, what's going on here? Why would it not do that? Oh, there we go. Yeah, if you don't get round to doing that team again, then at least you know you've got a semi-okay team in there. Let's have a quick look here. Hold on a second. I even went on to claim the rewards as well this morning and didn't think to check. Oh, that's even worse. Yeah, that's even worse, man. That you were right there. You could have done it. All right, so Chris Martin's going to be up for sale. But what a great pull. Very happy with that. Because we only really had Jonas Wind and then Nketiah and Holozek. And of course, those two aren't really playing. And now we've got a starting forward of Chris Martin. I'll tell you what, our collection's coming along on Ultimate Champions. Look at that there. Collection's really coming along. Like, I haven't really been pushing on Ultimate Champions, but I quite like that every week it seems to be growing. So slow but steady, you know? Okay, cool. Let's have a quick look. There's me saying, as a kind of a habit, when a game week opens on Ultimate Champions, you should line up build straight away. And I haven't even done that. So rather than me preach it, I might as well actually do what I'm saying. Let's just bring it up. It takes a while to load. I don't know why it takes a while to load. They need to smooth this out a little bit. Yeah, there we go. So this is the lineup that we have in the live game week. And look, funny enough, look, there's Chris Martin. There's the player we just won. I actually think that he's got a good fixture there, and I put him in because I thought he has a great chance to continue his fine form. So if he does, we might even be able to sell him for £28. So yeah, fingers crossed now for Chris Martin. But yeah, I think this is a semi-good team. And then in 3 days' time, we've got a new game week, the weekend game week. So what we could do is we'll just put a very quick team together for this one. Afternoon, FTS, this is from Graham. Finished 5th in Champ America Limited, so we'll be getting Star. Wow. Hoping for a Carlos Gil. Oh, man. Everyone congratulate Grem because he's just finished 5th in Champ America, which is incredible. Absolutely incredible, Grem. How did you do it? Like, what was the team that you put out that allowed you to hit 5th there, man? And what was the points total as well that you got? Hello also to X Ben Wood. How's it going? All right. What have we got here? We've got quite a few goalkeepers. We don't need to spend a lot of time doing this here. In fact, we could even autofill it. Let's do autofill actually. Let's see what the autofill gives us this week. Okay, it's actually not too bad. There's a few players in here that I would probably pick, like Kankavar, Frankie Kent, maybe Ekpateta, but probably Ekpateta will be on the subs bench rather than up front, or not up front, sorry, on the pitch. Coman will probably pick as well. Okay, let's delete that. And let's try and pick an actual team. So Juve has a good fixture at home against Metz. What else we got here? Okay, so does Tarnovanu, sorry. We've got our Vulic there. I don't think I would pick ter Stegen against Atletico Madrid away. That's actually pretty horrible. But I would probably pick somebody like, Tarnovanu, sorry, or Yevan Juve. Let's put Tarnovanu in here because he plays for Bucharest. They're quite strong. Then we've got Frankie Kent, who's a monster, who usually goes in. I tend to play 3-5-2 as well, as a formation on Ultimate Champions. How much MGC was the pack? 750. So we've got about 150 left over. It's absolute bargain. 750, which is the equivalent of $7.50. We pulled a card that was worth roughly between $15 to $20. So we basically pulled a card worth double the amount we spent on the pack. It was the Atlanta stack. Wow, got 423 points. Amazing effort, Graham. Amazing effort. Really happy for you. I hope you get a really good card, and I also hope you get a new MLS card as well, an in-season card. That would be the best pull. And as you say, someone like Carlos, I don't think you get a Carlos Gil. I think you need to finish first to get a Carlos Gil. I mean, you are getting a star, so technically you could, but I'd probably expect Carlos Gil to go to somebody who gets the podium. But you never know. You never know, man. You could get very lucky. Tistel's getting a tier 1 from an Atlanta stack as well. Congrats, man. I haven't actually asked everybody how they've done, but feel free to use the chat to tell everyone what you won on Sorare this weekend. And if you didn't win anything at all, like me, then feel free to use the chat to cry. Because, yeah, this is what we're here for as well. Hold on a minute. Let's do the forwards first here. So Coman can go in. And then got Lewandowski. We've got Chris Martin twice now, which is really good. Got Amin Adli. Okay, let's just put in whoever here for the moment. We're going to have to come back and we're going to have to sort this out. I think midfield, we tend to play Kankavar, then the Arsenal boys of Saka and Odegaard. But do they not have a game? Why am I not seeing them? Oh, okay, their game's been postponed. Ah, okay. Yeah, no game. Okay, interesting. So no Arsenal boys then this week, which is going to make our team a little bit different. We can definitely put Kankover in because he's a monster. We could look at this guy, but we don't really want to because he's going up against our Bucharest boys, and that's pretty horrible for him. Florian Wirtz should go in there along with Soot. Piret's doing great at the moment. Wow, this guy's doing good. I feel like this guy is a new one for us. I don't think we've... This guy's good. Looks quite consistent. Anyway, he's got a home game against a team who are 16th. That could be a good one in there. Let's do that for now. Oh, FA Cup games this weekend. Yeah, okay, cool. Forgot about the FA Cup. Jack the Claret, 1-0. LAFC Stack let me down in America. And then third ever top 10, finishing 7th in second division rare for Ligma. Lovely, man. Yeah, the America prize pool is pretty good because it's loaded now with new in-season MLS cards, which is really what everyone wants to win because they're the most valuable cards, aren't they? Let's put Pirat in there as well. And then defensively, Joe Ward's doing very good at the moment. Wow, so is this guy. Bondarenko's doing really good. Wow. Let's throw him in for now. I'm going to come back and sort this a little bit later in the week. But as I mentioned, it's just a good habit to get into where you enter some kind of a team. Because then... Oh, O'Perry. It says he's injured. Is he actually injured? I'm going to put him in. And then, do we autofill the subs? Let's autofill the subs here. It's taken a while to autofill the subs. There we go. And let's give the captaincy to, Frankie Kent, because he's a legend. Confirm. Okay. So, if you've just tuned in, and you don't know what we're doing here, this is a game called Ultimate Champions, which is almost like the competitor to Sorare. It's a little bit different, and it's got a lot of differences which I think are great. So it's well worth playing in addition to Sorare. You don't have to pick between the two. And if you're a free-to-play player, or maybe you're just a low-budget manager, you don't really want to put a lot of money into this game, or maybe you just can't put a lot of money into this game's definitely going to be for you because you don't actually need to spend any money whatsoever in this game technically to do well in it. If you do use my link, then you will need to spend a little bit of money, but then you will get a free epic card, which is the equivalent of like a rare card in Sorare. So it's a digital card that actually has real world value. The free-to-play side of this game is really good because you enter lineups into competitions, the same as what you do on Sorare. But the difference is that on Ultimate Champions, you earn from your free-to-play teams, you earn this MGC coin. Okay, so it's an in-game currency, this MGC, right? And then when you've earned a certain amount, you can go to the store because they actually have a club shop that is with things that are worth buying. Imagine that, right? A club shop where there are things that you actually want to buy in there. So Sorare, please take note. And you can save up your MGC and then you can use it to buy different packs in here. And this pack that I just bought, this is a pack where you can win epic cards in here. Now, there are some requirements to buy the packs, right? So, for example, this pack here, you need to have a collection score of 20 already, which means that you do already need to own at least 2 epic cards, okay? You can get an epic card, as I mentioned, by using the link, the Ultimate Champions link, and then just spending a little bit of money. You could also win an epic card from finishing top 25 in the leagues here, which is like the free-to-play casual mode. And you could also win, go back to the store, you could get very lucky and you could win an epic card from what's called the basic pack, where you don't need any collection score whatsoever. So this is like the true free-to-play pack that you can get from the store. And you have a very, very low chance to pull an epic card from here. But you could get incredibly lucky and you could pull 1 or 2 of these. And then if you do, then you can start to open the jumbo packs. And I've just opened a jumbo pack myself and won a Chris Martin epic, which is worth about $20 or so. So if you're not playing this game, and if you're a free-to-play type of player on these types of games, you absolutely should be playing it. Well worth giving it a go, and it's very fun. You have 1,475. What do I buy? If I was you, Arthur, I would buy the 2... Well, you can't actually buy the 2 jumbo packs. So I would say just try and get an additional 25 MGC and then buy 2 jumbo packs there, man. All right. Let's go back into Sorare. Hey, FBL, how you doing, man? FBL, we've just opened a jumbo pack and look at what we won. I'm going to show you. There he is there in all his glory. We've just pulled a Chris Martin from a jumbo pack in Ultimate Champions, which is great. Oh, if you don't have a collection score, yeah, then you'll need to buy the basic packs then. All right. I'm going to just quickly run through the teams here. We'll do some DMP checks, but I think my teams are pretty much set and ready to go. Cap 220 rare. This is our Cap 220 rare team. So Pepe Reina in goal. Marcelo Benitez, who's going to pair up with Carlos Garces for Cinciano. Pereira as the captain. And then Cosio as the extra, who's a defender. And there are no points left over. So we're fully maxing out the cap here. Free Tip Scout won 790 UNA and 4,500 MGC this game week. Wow, that's a lot, man. Incredible effort. Really well done, FBL. What are you going to do with the UNA and the MGC? We're going to quickly check for Villarreal. I'm pretty sure Pepe Reina's going to start, but we also want to see whether the expert thinks differently or not. Okay, so he's thinking Pepe Reina as well, which is good. And then the rest of the boys here should start too. So that's our Cap 220 rare. And then our All-Star Limited is this here. Last night when I was looking for a Tigres projection on Play Sharper, I couldn't find one. There wasn't one available. So we'll have a little look now to see that there still isn't one. I feel like the Tigres expert is too scared to do a prediction now because it's just it's a minefield every week. I'm going to be going with this though. I'm going to be going with this here. So Angelo, Guzman, Carioca, Gignac, and then Samir. That's what I'm going to go for. Una will hold, and then the MGC will go towards a gold pack Elite Syrian. Lovely, man. Are you waiting for the new season to start? Oh, the Liga MX expert cancelled by Play Sharper. Oh, okay. Fair enough. Yeah, okay. That's annoying. We do need, it would be nice to have a Liga MX expert. Was he cancelled or did he just stop doing it? As in, like, did he decide he doesn't want to do it anymore? Or did they, like, remove him? Did they kind of say, we don't want you to do it anymore? What happened there? I'm sure there's someone in the Sorare community, right, that would love to start doing Liga MX predictions for Play Sharper. Spicer says not enough views. Well, that's a dumb thing. That's a dumb reason to not do it. Who cares? Do you know what I mean? Like, about views here. This is a league that probably needs to be covered. How weird, how bizarre. That's so poor. That's so disappointing. Hopefully they think about that and they just consider that it's not really about the views. It's just about the service that you're offering, and being able to offer some kind of a service on Liga MX actually would be quite useful for the platform. Anyways, okay. So yeah, that's what we're going to go with. And then Cap 220, we're going with this one here. There's no cap whatsoever which is left over. I'm not super confident with this one because we've got Cosnu in here and he's just not really playing enough at the moment. But he's the only player that we've got that can fit into this team for the cap of 36. And then Cade Cowell probably won't start either. So yeah, I'm kind of, this one, if it does good, then great, but I'm not expecting it to at all. And then this is just a throwaway team. And then this one's also just a throwaway team. So those are my teams for the midweek. And the two that we're really hoping can do very well are Cap 220 Rare and the All-Star Limited. What teams are you entering for the midweek, guys? Can anyone in chat help with me with a starting goalkeeper cap 42 common card? What about Pepe Reina? Pepe Reina is probably going to start. In fact, I think he is going to start this week. Home game against Marseille. I don't think Marseille are really bothered about winning that game because they have a 4-0 lead. So he's a cost of 40. You could look at him. I think you could also maybe look at, how much is Fabianski? Oh, okay. Fabianski's 43. I was going to say you could maybe look at him too, but he's going to be one too high. Don't forget to do your academy teams as well, guys. You're playing a Philadelphia Union, a Columbus Crew stack in All-Star, and that's it. That's quite cool. Yeah, that's quite good. I think Philadelphia's game's a little bit tricky, but the Columbus Crew one, I think, is good. At home against Houston. That's pretty good. Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. There's no Prem Amateur, is there, for you to do it? Well, why don't you look at who I just mentioned then? Why don't you look at Pepe Reina? Because you should be able to draft him in, no? You should be able to draft him in. Because there should be, you should be able to see the, where's it gone? Surely you can see the La Liga. Oh, not here. Maybe you can't actually. Yeah, here you go. Bundesliga, La Liga, MLS, yeah. And then there's the La Liga, so you can draft them in. Yeah. Can we actually already, okay. We can edit our MLS specialist already. Okay. Why not? Take a look at it. Stuver at home. Then Aaron Herrera. I quite like our MLS specialist team because it doesn't really change from game week to game week. We can mix it up, and I think we will mix it up here where we'll play probably Jan Gregus at home. I don't really want to play Quinn Sullivan against our goalkeeper. So we have to, if anything, we have to take Sullivan out and then put Demir Grilak in like that. Yeah, let's do that. I can't wait until they redo this layout. I think this layout is so user unfriendly. Like, technically it's okay, but I think if you were new to Sorare and you came on, you saw this, you'd be like, what the fuck is going on? Like, it's just not very, like, it's not easy on the eyes, basically. So when they do the new layout, I hope that it's not this. I hope that it's something a little bit more visually, like, intuitive. But maybe it won't be. Maybe it'll just be this as well. Free tip scout, off topic. I have 500 MGC, no collection score. So which pack is best for me to open? The basic pack. Yeah, but the the list is shit. The list is shocking. Look, this is even worse. This is an even worse layout. What is this? This is shocking. So these two functions here, I just think are terrible, really, on the eyes. I think if I was a new player to Sorare, like a new manager, I came on and I went onto this pro page here, I'd honestly be like, what the fuck? Like, I'd be thinking to myself, what kind of a design is this? Like, what's going on? And obviously they're going to change it because we're going to have the tier formats, right? So it's going to be like champion and challenger and contender. I'd like to see a more of a tournament structure, you know, like where it's, you sort of click on a tier and then it opens up almost as a tree, you know, like a tournament tree. And then you can then pick from there visually. It's quite easy to see where to go. Here is just, I mean, it's just too basic really for this type of game. I hate the new layout as well. Usually I get used to it over time, not this one. To be honest with you, like, this is kind of okay because, like, you can see all the you can see all the competitions, right? But I do think, honestly, that this is not the type of layout that helps for user experience. Like, if you're new to the game, this will be awful, awful for you. Just as bad as what it was before when it was just a list of competitions, right? So what I kind of want Sorare to do is to try and design things which don't just look good on the eye, but are attractive, that pull people in to think, okay, cool, like, this looks good. I want to dive into it and check it out. This here, if you just present something like this to somebody that's never played Sorare before, this is a minefield. Look, this is going to put some people off and it's going to confuse them and they're going to be like, where do I start? So they need to make their UI better to understand so that they can teach people how the competitions work and how they're structured, rather than just blanket covering a screen with all of them. It's almost like a dump. It's a blanket dump of these are all the competitions that you can enter, but you're like, Jesus, it's a bit overwhelming, right? Like, where do I begin? Free tip scout, can you read out your Tigres stack again? I don't need to read it out. I'll just bring it up on the page there. There you go. Free tip scout. I got Fabianski, Takumi, Jusek, Schaffelberg, and Ben White in All-Star. Not bad. Not bad at all. What are you hoping for, Arthur? Hoping for at least a tier 5? Maybe a tier 3? Do you have a Tigres stack as well, FBO? Is that why you're asking? To see what I'm entering? If you do, what's the Tigres team that you're going to put out? So I think that this is probably the best 5 that I can put out. I'm a little bit on the fence with Samir, but because Samir didn't get played in the last game, he got rested. It makes me think he is going to play this game. And I think they're going to need his physical presence to try and keep Orlando at bay. I mean, when I was thinking about who else I would play instead of Samir, I was kind of tempted with Pizarro, but I actually feel that Samir, even though it doesn't look like it, I feel like Samir would be a stronger choice than Pizarro from the manager to pick. I was also thinking of like Herrera and Gorian, but I think I do want to try and go for 2 defenders here. Because you guys know I like the 2 defender setup in Sorare. Yeah, I know. I am a bit worried about that too. Like Pizarro, the problem is, I mean, it's not really a problem, but Pizarro, he plays a lot of games, right? And he has a midfielder card, but he plays as a centre-back. Because what I'm thinking is that they're going to play in the centre of defence. They're going to play Pizarro and Samir. And then they're going to play Angelo on the left and then Aquino on the right. So if we bring up this lineup here, yeah, this is exactly what I think they're going to play. This is what they played. This is the back line that they played in the first leg. And this is what I think they're going to play again. Aquino on the right, Angelo on the left, and then Samir and Pizarro as the 2 centre-backs in the middle. And then Carioca, who I have in the lineup, then Gignac up front, and then Guzman. And I think this will change. I don't actually think they're going to play this here. I think what you'd say is that Brunetta would then come in the middle, because he didn't start in the first leg, but you'd expect Brunetta now to start there instead of Cordova. And then it's just a case of, do they then play Herrera instead of Quininons? Or do they play Quininons and then they play Herrera here instead of Lainez? But I think this is going to be the back line. Yeah. Yeah, and I quite like the scoring that you get from Samir, because he's very good in his AA. He wins a lot of duels. He makes a lot of tackles. And I think he just gets a bit more stuck in than Pizarro. I don't have Aquino. The reason I don't have Aquino is because I'm waiting for his in-season card to be minted. For some reason, Sorare aren't minting any 2023 cards of Aquino in Limited. Look, the last time they done an auction, it was 5 months ago. That was the last time they auctioned Aquino, 5 months ago. So, yeah, it's kind of annoying because I don't really know why they're not minting him, actually. They minted him 5 months ago, but now they've stopped. And actually, I would like them to mint him because I'm trying to collect him and I would like to ideally buy it off auction. So I have the first owner bonus on him. This is the only card I'm missing. I think if I had Aquino, then I would be playing probably Aquino instead of Samir. But yeah, because I don't, and because on the market there are no managers that are selling a 23 Aquino for good reason, because of course they're not minting anymore for whatever reason that is, right? Then yeah, we'd have to try and reach out to people to get him. And again, I want to buy him from the auction. I want the first owner bonus on him. Good afternoon. Aquino was getting a defender card. That's why auction stopped, but it's taking them too long. How did you know that, though? How do you know that? Like, it's good that you told us that, but how did you know that? Like, where have you seen that from Sorare? like, is this new card not already, hold on, let's go off it here. Is this new card, this 2023 card, is it a midfielder card? It is a midfielder card, right? So you think they're changing it to a defender? You read on the Sorare Discord a while back. Okay. Stuff like that winds me up, though. Like, it's great that you know that, and it's great that you saw that so that you can tell us, right? But stuff, you know, if you're not in the Discord every day, just to see that one conversation, that one chat, then how are people supposed to know that, you know? I think that Sorare should really be letting the users know outside of Discord and stuff like that. Because I didn't know, and now I know it's great, but it just winds me up. What is the point in just communicating stuff like that in a Discord when most of your users will probably want to know about stuff like that? So if anything, what they should be doing is they should be dropping almost what they do with the pitch notes. They should be putting together like maybe a monthly blog that then basically outlines the cards which are not being minted at the moment, and these are the reasons why. Then every month you can, if you're looking for a player and you don't know why they're not being minted, you can go onto that blog or whatever it is. It doesn't even need to be a blog. It could just be like a change log, you know, like where you can just access it in the notifications here. And then it just tells you these are the cards which aren't being minted and this is the reason why. You know, like, just let people know. Anyways, thank you for letting us know. But it just super annoys me that information like that is not readily available to everyone, and it's just you had to be in the Discord at that day to find out. It's just, yeah, annoying. But anyways, thank you, man. Yeah, I know that Pizarro is a centre back, but he has a midfielder card. Yeah, it's just, yeah, I don't know what they're doing. That's the other thing as well. Like, why is it taking so long to dish out a defender card of him? You know what's going to happen? By the time they actually mint the defender card of Aquino, he's probably going to have like a week or something of in-season utility, and then he's going to be a classic card. This is the other really frustrating thing with not being in the know and leaving users in the dark on what's going on with the minting schedule, what's going on with certain cards. Because any collectors like me are thinking, right, can we get our hands on a new Aquino card? Okay, if you're going to do defender cards, when's it coming? Because I'd like to be able to use the Aquino as an in-season card now to get the season bonus, right? As much as I can. And at the moment, I have no idea when you're going to mint him, but you could easily just mint him a week before or a few days before the new Liga MX season, and then I've effectively got a card that I didn't get any in-season utility from. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, though, Tiago. Thank you for letting us know, man. I appreciate it. I mean, Sorare don't let us know, but you guys let us know. So that's great. All right. I'm going to open up some free Tit Scout Fund coupons here. My teams are done. We were also going to do some Pookie stuff as well, I think, because we have more energy to spend. So we're going to work out our strategy on Pookie. 1 second. Okay. Cool. Right, let's close Ultimate Champions down for now. And this one here, this was Chris Martin, who we looked at, and he's got a valuation of around $18 or so. Let's close that down as well. And then let's just double check before we move off from the game week here. Yeah, that is the team that I want to put together. I'd actually like to see what my Cap 220 is going to score. Okay, this is the Cap 220. It's a pretty good score, actually. I was very tempted to put the captaincy on Carlos Garces, but he has quite a difficult fixture. So I'm not sure whether he will smash it. I hope he can score a goal, but I don't know whether he can I don't think he can outscore Pereira. Just picked up Operi for $8. Feel that was a bargain on UC. Absolutely, yeah. I can't remember how much I bought him for, but it was, I think it was around the same. I think I bought him for like $10 or something. And I think that's great because if Le Havre get relegated, which I'm kind of hoping, then he's going to be a monster next season. Yeah, look, I bought him for $10. Well, 10 days ago. So no, not 10 days ago, 9 days ago. You can withdraw money from UC, but not at the moment. The reason being is that they've just added this this new UNA token, and so they want to get this settled into the exchanges first before you can then start to deposit and withdraw. Yeah. All right, let's go back. David's activated a giveaway time. We're going to just do, I think, 3 cards here today. Funny enough, a load of the cards from yesterday, we gave away 10 cards yesterday. And so many of them have not been claimed. So I don't want to start backing myself up with a big backlog of cards that haven't been claimed. But we can definitely give away 3. So we'll give away Carl Smith. We will also give away, let's give away Adam Lafondra as well. The rare of Adam Lafondra. Where's he gone? This one here, Adam Lafondra. And then let's give away this one as well. He's only got partial coverage, this guy. But he was given to me to give away, so I want to do that. All right, so let's go through, let's dive into the subs list here. Okay, on today's subs list, we have a total of 85 subs on the subs list. So a big thank you to everyone that's been subbing to the channel. Without the subs, it's just not possible to run the channel, so I really appreciate it. So 85, we're going to put 85 in on random.org. Okay. Right, so maximum number needs to be 85. Okay, we're going to start off by drawing this guy, I think, Hodor Magnuson. Then we're going to do Carl Smith, and then we're going to end with the rare of Adam Lafondra. So, good luck in the draw, guys. Thank you for the support, and let's get it going. All right, drum roll. Oh, hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. I nearly forgot. I need to check that David is on the subs list here. He is. Okay. David C, 1991. You are number 50. You're number 50 on the subs list, David. So we always have to check that whoever activates the giveaway is actually on the subs list. Otherwise, that would be a bit poor, wouldn't it? That they triggered the giveaway, but they're not part of the giveaway. So yeah, David's already on there. So you're number 50, man. Yeah, you're number 50. So let's do this draw properly now. All right, so here we go. First number is number 83. So number 83 has just won the Hodor Magnuson card here. And at number 83, if we dive back into the subs list, is, let's have a little look. Number 83 is Ola Valexa. So Ola, you've just won yourself the Hodor Magnuson card. So congratulations to you, man. Thank you so much for the support. And yeah. Let's see who else is going to be a winner here today. So that's the first card. The next card is going to be Carl Smith. Let's draw for that one too. Number 53 this time. So we've got number 53. Number 53 has just won themselves a limited card of Carl Smith. And number 53 is Assets in Sport. So Assets in Sport, you've just won yourself a limited card of Carl Smith there. Well done indeed, and thank you so much for the support on the channel. What does the Blue Cross mean? The Blue Cross means that they have partial coverage, but they are not fully covered on Sorare. So you can usually use them in international competitions or like European competitions, you know, like Europa League, Europa Conference League, stuff like that. And it also applies in the American regions as well. Let's do the last one here. This is for the rare Adam Lafondra now. So good luck, guys. And again, thank you for the support. Drum roll. No way. Look at that. We drew 53. We get 53 again, which is super bizarre. But it happens. But we can't give number 53 2 cards. So unfortunately, number 53, which I think was Assets in Sport, right? You don't win 2 cards here. We have to redraw it. And we're going to redraw it now. Oh, come on. How can we get 83 and 53 there? That's crazy. What's happened there? This is a random number generator as well. The fact that we drew 83 and 53 twice is pretty nuts, actually. If we draw it again, that's going to be too weird. Now we get 63. Bloody hell. That was a bit bizarre. Right, we've seen some weird draws in the past, but we've never seen a draw like that. That was weird. Okay, number 63. Yeah, we've had all the 3s, haven't we? Let's go back into the subs list here. So we've had 53, we've had 83, and now we're having 63, which is RSK returns. Wow, would you look at that? So Adam Lafondra goes to RSK returns. He'll be delighted with that. He will be very happy with that because he doesn't have any rares. So this is going to be his first rare. So the winners are Ola, who's 83. He wins a limited of Hodor Magnuson. 63 was RSK Returns, who wins Adam Lafondra. And then 53 was Assets in Sport, who wins the Carl Smith card. So congrats to the 3 winners. Don't worry, guys, if you didn't win, because if we have another giveaway tomorrow, which you guys can trigger, you guys can start on the streams, then we will give away more cards. All right. So thank you also, Rich, for the sub, the Prime sub. I appreciate that. You're now going to be on the subs list for tomorrow. So you can win cards tomorrow. Oh, I'm going to sneeze, I think. Or has it just passed? I think it might just passed. Yeah, they're all open. Okay, that's fine. Just looking ahead to the next game week, there's not actually any teams that we can start to line up build for at the moment. No, Show Me the Money's not open. It'll be open on Friday. Ola's in here. He says, thanks for the card, but you can redraw it if you want. You don't want it then, Ola? If you don't want it, we can redraw it right now. Let us know either way. If you definitely don't want it, we'll just redraw it. And we'll probably get 23 or 13 or 3, given the draws that we've had so far. What is Show Me the Money about? Show Me the Money is when I buy you a card that you want, any card that you want, up to £10 live on the stream. Let's redraw it. So here we go. We're going to redraw for Ola. It's very kind, Ola. So thank you for letting us know, and good to see you as well, man. So I'm glad you're in the stream. Let's do it. Redraw. There you go. We do actually get a number that doesn't end in 3. So number 59. If we dive back into the subs list now, and we find Ola, because Ola was number 83, we're going to simply take that there of Hodor, and we're going to put it on number 59. And number 59 is Shamal14. So Shamal14, you're the new winner of the Hodor Magnuson card. All 3 winners will be contacted by me after the stream. So please do check your Twitch inbox so that you can claim those cards, guys. All right. We're going to take a very quick break here, just a few minutes. And then when we come back, we're going to dive into Pookie and we're going to start to plan out. First of all, what we're going to do is we're going to claim our rewards. And then what we're going to do then is start to plan out how we're going to spend our energy in Pookie and what scores we're going to put in for the week. So we'll be back in 5, guys. Don't go anywhere. All right, guys, welcome back. So, just before we took a little breather, we have done our lineups for the midweek game week in Sorare, which is game week 458. I'm pretty happy with all my lineups. We've got a couple of punty ones. We've got a couple of like throwaway teams, but mostly I'm happy with the lineup building that we've done. And hopefully we can get back to win a reward, because I had a dismal weekend on Sorare where we didn't win anything. However, on Pookie, it was different, because on Pookie, we actually won something. So you can see here that we won 3.76 Matic, which is about £3.50, and then 205.9 of the POC tokens. £3.50 is obviously not a lot, but you know what? It's better than nothing. And I'll take it. And last weekend on Pookie, we didn't win anything, which was really heartbreaking, because to be fair, we didn't put a lot of time and effort in, but it was just heartbreaking because I can't believe that we didn't win anything, given the leagues that we usually predict in. So this week we got back into the rewards. We won some money on Pookie, and yeah, it's more than what we won on Sorare. So that is a benefit. Matic to the moon. I know. I actually couldn't believe that 3.76 was £3.50. That's a lot in fiat terms anyway. What is it actually at the moment? What's the Matic to GBP and to USD as well? So look at that. One Matic is nearly £1. And then Matic to USD is what? So one Matic is $1.20, basically. That's very good. Guys, don't forget, if you're not playing this game and you want to, then you absolutely can. You can play it for free. Please do use the link in the chat if you are going to give this game a go, because this link in the chat will give you loads of freebies, including a discount. It will also give you some POC tokens as well. You get a free rookie Pokeball to start playing the game, to try and earn you a proper Pokeball that then has real world value. It's an ambassador link. So I don't know if you guys know, but I am actually an ambassador of Pookie. So that ambassador link will give you the best possible things that you can get. So it is pretty much the best link out there. So do use it, helps to support me, and also gives you a load of freebies to start playing the game. I'd also recommend, if you're new to Pookie and you don't know how to play it or how to get started, I have done a beginner's guide video on my Twitch channel, which you can find, and also on my YouTube. So please give that a good watch, because that is the most comprehensive, in-depth, detailed beginner's guide that you're going to find out there. Pretty much covers everything. And if it doesn't cover questions that you have after, then feel free to jump back into these streams and just ask us in the chat, and we'll be able to help you understand how to play it. Needed only 25 points from Zampedri. He started, but still managed to get massive negative AA. Did he not get 25 in the end? Because I saw Zampedri score, and I saw him when he was down to about 25. What did he get in the end? He got 21 with a minus 14 AA. Oh dear. He missed so many big chances, didn't he? Look, he missed 3 big chances. That is so unlike Zampedri. He's usually so clinical. He might miss like 1 or 2, but then he'll usually tuck the other one away. He missed 3 big chances. So, that's brutal. Yeah. 3 big chances, damn. And that's a killer for any forward, because they get minus 5 points per big chance miss. So you really don't want that at all. Unlucky. Unlucky, Rude. Yeah, we do. We move on. It's the next game week, isn't it? It happens to the best of players, and it happened to him. Right, Pookie. Guys, don't forget, 4 hours and 25 minutes until the new supply drop on Pookie. So if you've not had a chance to pick up a Pokeball, if you've not had a chance to pick up a sticker pack, then this is the time to do it in 4 hours and 25 minutes, okay? I am going to be buying a starter pack. They are only 9 Matic. They used to be, I think it was like 12 Matic at some point. They're now only 9 Matic. They're $10, which is brilliant. This is a very good bargain pack. You can pick up 2 stickers in here, and the 2 stickers can really help you to climb higher up in the rankings on your with your predictions. You apply the stickers to your Pokeballs, and depending on the stickers that you have, they will help to give you more points in a game week in certain areas. You might get stickers that you don't want here. If you open the pack and you get stickers you don't want, you can always go and sell them for real world money. The Pokeballs will also be available, and there's usually about 100 available when they do a supply drop. So again, if you are looking to pick up a rare or an epic or even a legendary, you do need to be fairly quick. The legendary, there tends to only be 1 that they drop. I think the epic, they tend to drop around 7 or 8, something like that. The rares, they tend to drop about 30 to 40, I think. And then the commons, I think, is around 50, 60. That's a rough idea of the kind of the quantities that you should expect. But basically, if you want to get involved and you want to start earning money, passive income from just predicting on football games, and if you don't get the predictions correct, you don't lose money, you don't lose anything at all. Just simply go again the next game week to try and win money. Get involved. Absolutely get involved. Is the common usable? The common what? The common Pokeball. Is the common Pokeball usable? Is that what you're asking? Future Scout, can we see the list of stickers which can be present in packs? That's actually a good question. I don't think you can. I'm not aware of one where you can. That is a good question, though. That's a really good question. It might be, am I wrong in thinking this, that you can get any sticker from any pack, but the drop rates are different? There's probably an area on the site where you can find that, but I don't know it. If anyone knows it in the chat, then please let us know, because then we can bring it up for FBO Thinker. But he's asked a good question there. Almost like what you get on the packs on UC, where you can see the cards that you can get from there. The common Pokeball is usable. Yeah. Like, it's just as usable as the legendary, the epic, and the rare. It's actually one of the best balls as well that you can play with in Pookie, because the ROI on the commons is very good. If you use a common and the common's only $26.83, then what you can win in Pookie means that you should be able to recoup 100% of the cost of that common ball within a month and a half, if you're pretty good at predicting. Maybe a little bit later, maybe actually earlier. How did you guys do in Pookie this weekend? Did anybody win a lot more than this? Did anybody hit a podium in Pookie? We're going to claim our rewards as well in the meantime. So claim. Confirm. 1-0. Finished behind you in the Bundesliga. Yeah, I didn't do that good in the Bundesliga. We were lucky just to scrape anything from the Bundesliga. David C, what a massive 5-pot. Are you guys going to be changing your strategy at all? If you're on the stream and you're wondering how I won money this week on Pookie, This is how we won it. We finished 175th out of 427 in the German league. To win money on Pookie, you need to finish in the top 50%. So we finished comfortably, actually, top 50%. We would have needed to have finished, what? Last position 213, maybe 214. So we finished towards the bottom end, but we'd done enough to win something. And then we won most of our money from the USA League, where we finished 44th out of 135. So we won the 3.11 and 169.65 POC. I want to win more, of course, but I'm actually pretty happy with that. You are the rival who I always monitor. Oh, it's nice to know. We didn't do that good at all this weekend. Yeah. But you know what? Even though we didn't do that good, we still ended up winning. I always say it, but I love the fact that you can do badly on Pookie and still come away with something. And you don't need to spend a lot of time either on Pookie. I was actually talking to Pookie recently, and I was talking to the CEO, and I was telling him how it's great how you don't need to spend a lot of time on Pookie, but it's also bad because I think a lot of users, including myself, want to spend more time on Pookie. We probably want to have more to do. So I'm hoping that we can get some kind of an update soon. In fact, actually, was there something in the Discord today from Pookie? They did mention in their Discord. Let's bring it up quickly. Might as well read it. Okay, so this is in the Discord here, the Pookie Discord. This is from Nacho, who's a really cool guy. He's actually the guy who jumps in our streams from time to time and answers your questions, so he's really cool. What's happening this game week? 69 on Pookie. There are plenty of leagues to predict, including the Champions League and Europa League, with domestic football taking centre stage this weekend. Just 5 games will take place in the Premier League due to cup games, with a rescheduled Bournemouth versus Luton being played, of course, on Wednesday, sorry. That's going to be available in-game soon. The marketplace restocks. So again, you know, what we were just talking about, if you haven't had a chance to open a sticker pack or get your hands on a sticker pack yet, or if you haven't had a chance to actually get a Pokeball, which is the main thing you need to own in the game to play it, then you will get a chance today at 6 o'clock. There will be just a single mega sticker pack with 11% discount. And then inside that will unlock 15 commons, 3 rares, 1 epic, and 1 legendary cards, okay? Good luck to all, especially the 5 POC army. So if you found that all you won was 5 POC on the weekend, then a big good luck to you to try and win more this weekend. We've all been in that army. I've been in that army loads of times where all I've won is 5 POC from the weekend, and it sucks, really. Okay. Let's go back. Right. So we've got 11.933 Matic, which is $14 here. And we've got 1,229 of the POC tokens. So our POC balance is pretty healthy still. So even if we have a couple of game weeks where we don't win anything, we should still be able to keep our progress going by being able to upgrade our balls and pay for gas refills and whatnot. Pressure refills, should I say. So let's go into the collection here. We don't have any balls to upgrade. Most of our balls are fully pressurized as well. or close to fully pressurized. This is the one that isn't. That's probably the lowest, actually, at 87%. But we don't actually need to refill the pressure on them now. Our stickers we upgraded yesterday, and we even ascended our first ever sticker, which was the Leipzig one. So this was a common, and we turned it into a rare by ascending it yesterday. You can see here, look, ascended plus 10%. What we're going to do now is we're going to spend our newly refilled energy of 240. We're going to spend that now in the leagues that we want to predict in for the weekend. I've let my friend predict my Bundesliga games for the next match day. Let's see how it goes. I like that. I love doing different tactics and experimenting to see what's going to work, and also just for a bit of fun, right? One of the things that I'm actually going to get you guys to do, and I haven't set it up yet, but I want to set it up. However, we will do it live on the stream here, is for the German League. The German League, I think I'm going to be doing a mix of 3-1 and 2-1, right? So I think I'll do the German League. But then for the USA League, I'm actually going to get you guys to predict the scores for me in the USA League. So I'm going to ask you guys what you think I should do. I might ask, I'll ask you individually, and then whatever score you give me, I'll then put in. So please be kind. Please don't give me 9 9s and whatnot. Let's do the German League first of all, though. So Darmstadt versus Bayern. Oh, I feel like 3-1 is too low for Darmstadt Bayern. And probably, to be honest with you, Bayern won't even concede against Darmstadt. So maybe we should be doing something like a 4 or 5-0. The 5-0 is 4-5-1. The 6-0 is 5-5-8.2. Yeah, this one's a bit tricky, isn't it? Because it could be anything. What we'll do, look, as soon as we get to 6-0, it's the same as a 7-0 and an 8-0 and a 9-0. So why don't we do, I think, 6-0? 6-1 is exactly the same as well, look. Off the back of this weekend, I think they won't score many. As we know, Bayern this season, I think Darmstadt could score as well. I think they could, yeah. They could just get like 1. They could get 1. I think if this was at home, then Bayern, you'd probably say that Bayern aren't going to concede at all. In fact, this is away. How often have Darmstadt scored in their games, really? I mean, look at their form. Their form is shocking. Wow. They've scored 24 at home. They've scored 13 in 13. Away from home, Bayern have conceded actually 20 in 12 away games, which is pretty bad. Do they have a good record of scoring against them in this fixture? No. Bayern haven't conceded in any of the past 3 meetings between these two teams. And Darmstadt, to be honest, have not scored in the last 2. They've actually struggled to score in their last 10. Look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4. God, they failed to score in 6 of their past 10 games. Okay, we're going to do a 6-0. Where's it gone? Here we go. Are we going to do a 6-0 or are we going to do a 5-0? Let's do the 6-0. Let's do it. Done. Right, 6-0 there, which technically, of course, is not a mix of 2-1 or 3-1, but, you know, this is an exception. Then I think for Wolfsburg versus Augsburg, we do 2 or 3-1. kind of inclined to do 3-1 because it's more points here as well. Let's do 3-1. And then Union Berlin versus Bremen. I think we're going to do 3-1 there as well. Heidenheim versus Gladbach. I think we're going to do... Oh, this one strikes me as being like a high-scoring draw. Like a 2-2 or something. Could do that. Look at the 3-3. 3-3 is 700 points. Let's do 2-2. Let's do that. And then Hoffenheim, Stuttgart. I think we're going to do... Ooh, this is tricky. This is tricky. Probably need to be backing Stuttgart here. Could be like a 3-2 or something. Because Hoffenheim have the potential to score 2. Stuttgart, of course, have the potential to score more than 2. Let's do a 3-2 for this one. Let's do that. And then Freiburg, Leverkusen. We're going to put Freiburg 1, Leverkusen 3, like that. And then Dortmund versus Frankfurt. We're also going to do 3-1. Unfortunately for Trapp, I can't see Trapp getting out of this one without a negative decisive. So we're going to do 3-1 there as well. Okay, and then that's it. Those are our German League predictions done. It's over to you guys now. It's over to you guys, right? So I'm going to pick you guys randomly, and you're going to give me a prediction for my USA League, and then we're gonna put it in. So let's start off with Twitch Gaming. Twitch Gaming, give me a prediction for Chicago versus Montreal, and I'm then going to put it in. We're going to do like a bit of a community effort here to see whether as a community we can do well with our predictions in the USA League. So it's a little bit of fun. I know. Tough start. It doesn't matter what you give me. It kind of does, right? But don't fret too much. Just give me a scoreline that you think could be realistic, and we'll put it in, and we'll see how it turns out. And I tell you what, to make things even more interesting, right? This will really make things interesting. If you guys give me an exact score, I will actually then give you a limited card. So let's up the ante. Let's up the stakes here. If you guys predict an exact score for me, then I will give you a limited card. So first up is Twitch Gaming. Let me know who wants the second game. So Twitch Gaming says Montreal to win 3-2. Okay. So if Montreal win 3-2, Twitch Gaming is going to win a limited card. It has to be exactly 3-2. If it isn't, if it ends up being like 2-1 to Montreal, then I'm still going to be thanking Twitch Gaming, because that is still going to be a good score, a good prediction that's going to give us a load of points there. But if it's going to be exactly 3-2, then Twitch Gaming, you are going to win a limited card. So keep an eye on this game now. We're going to choose a different ball. This one is really close now to being maxed out. So I think we're going to use this one here. Yeah. So do that for 3-2. Boom. Done. All right. Who wants the next one? Who wants the next one? There's 14. So 14 of you have a chance of winning a limited card. So this is one of the reasons why we're also going to do it for the USA League, because then you guys, enough of you guys have a chance to win something. Who wants the DC United versus Inter Miami one? I'll take one. Don't mind what one. Okay, Icon, you can have this one then. So DC United versus Inter Miami. Let me know what you think the score is going to be. And if you get the score 100% correct, if it's an exact score, you will win a limited card for me. Noisy Steve, you'll have a go too. Horny Bastard's in here as well. He wants one. Okay, and also Arthur as well. So I'll definitely give you guys some. But for now, we're doing DC United into Miami. And where's he gone? We're waiting for, I think, Icon. Icon's going to give us this one. So Icon says 1-1. Okay, cool. We'll put 1-1 in, and we will do... I think we'll actually do this ball. Hold on. Yeah, I think we'll use that ball for the 1-1 because that's a draw under 2.5 and it also has a 1-1 on it. So Icon, thank you so much for the prediction, man. 1-1. If it's correct, then you are going to win a limited card. So you have even more reason now to be following this game because if it's 1-1, you're going to win a card. So, and I hope it's 1-1 too, because then that's going to be great for our USA League predictions this game week. So set the prediction, 1-1. All right, 2 down, 12 more to go. Seattle Sounders, I think FBL Thinker said he wanted the Seattle one, so I'll give you the Seattle one, FBL. There you go, man. Can you imagine if this one does win 10K? Yeah, I'll make sure to share it with you guys. I'll give you like $1 each for for every correct prediction. That's good, right? That's still sharing. Go on then, FBL. Let me know what do you think we should do for Seattle versus Colorado. And remember, there's a limited card on the line here. A limited card on the line. So you could win a limited card if you can correctly 100% give us a score here. A prediction that comes off. 3-1, says FBL. Okay, 3-1. I actually quite like that. Where's this one here? Look, we have a Colorado sticker on this ball too, so it's the perfect ball to use. 3-1. All right, FBL, we're going to lock in 3-1. So good luck, man. Because if this turns out to be 3-1, you are going to win a limited card. Right, I also said that... Where's he gone? I said that Noisy Steve could do one. Arthur Nice could do one. So, Noisy Steve, you're up next. You can give us the Toronto, New York City prediction here, man. So, what do you reckon the score will be for this one? And if you're just tuning in, then I'm asking the community here to make my predictions on Pookie. And if they get them 100% correct with an exact score, they're going to win a limited Sorare card. So, Noisy Steve says 2-1 to Toronto. Okay, interesting prediction now. I like it. So, 2-1 to the away team. Let's use... do we use this ball? Yeah. Let's use this ball here for the 2-1. So, if it's 2-1 to Toronto, Noisy Steve, then you are going to win a limited card. So... Thanks for the prediction, man. I'm going to be crossing my fingers that we can get it 100% correct. There we go. Lock that one in. All right. Arthur. Arthur, you can give us the Columbus versus New York one now. There's actually 2 games that we can't do, so don't worry. We're going to do all of the ones that we can do, and then the 2 that aren't available, we'll come back to them on a different stream, most likely. And if any of you guys haven't had a chance to predict, then I will give the opportunity to you guys there. So Arthur's saying 2-1 for Columbus versus New York, okay? So 2-1. Are you sure, Arthur? I mean, if you're sure, that's fine. I just want to make sure you're absolutely sure. I think this is a good prediction, actually. So if you're sure, we're going to lock it in. But before we lock it in, I just want to double check. If you do want to go with this, then that's great. We've then got 2-1. So there we go. Let's lock it in for 2-1. So if it ends up being 2-1, Arthur, this weekend in the MLS, then you are going to win a limited card. And I like the predictions we've got so far. Look, 3-2, 1-1, 3-1, 2-1, or 1-2, sorry, and then 2-1. Who wants the next one? Who wants the Dallas versus Whitecaps game? I'm actually quite interested in this game because you guys know that I have Peter Musa. And Peter Musa, I'm hoping, can smash it in this game. But who wants the next game? The Dallas versus Whitecaps. Horny Bastard wants to do the Kansas game. Okay. Well, I'll tell you what. Let's do that now. Let's do the Kansas game here. There you go, Horny Bastard. Let us know what prediction you want us to put in for this one. What do you think the score is going to be? And again, you get it 100% correct, you're going to win a limited card. So he's going for 3-0 to Kansas. 3-0. Wow. Okay. So we're going to go 3-0 Sporting KZ against Earthquakes. And if it is 100% correct, if we get a 3-0 score in this game, then Horny Bastard is going to win a limited card. So thanks, man. Thank you so much for the prediction. And I'm going to cross my fingers that we get it correct now. They don't look that good, do they? They've had a poor start. Yeah, so I see why you are doing a 3-0. Everton Matrix is saying 2-1 for Dallas. So that'll be what we put in for Dallas here. 2-1. Boom. And then Anatha Bam. If you want to give us the prediction for Nashville versus Charlotte, we'll then put in a score for Nashville-Charlotte. And again, remember, give me a score that you think can realistically come off 100%, because if it does, you're going to win a limited card. And then who else hasn't gone, and who else does want to put a prediction in here? So 2-0. Okay, cool. 2-0 here. Let's use that ball again. Boy Matty, yeah, you haven't gone yet, have you? So Boy Matty, you can give us the Houston versus Portland one now. And then that gives you a chance to win a limited card this weekend from me, from making a prediction on Pookie. So what you're saying, Boy Matty, for Houston versus Portland, what score do you reckon it could be? Quite like the mix of scores that we've got as well at the moment. 2-1, yeah? Okay, let's do it, man. Thank you for the prediction. So 2-1's in. So, Matty, if it ends up being 2-1, then jump back on the streams and I'll give you a limited card, okay? So, thanks so much, man, for making the prediction. Right. So far, we have predicted 9 games at the moment, and we've got 3 more to do. There are 2 that we can't predict at the moment because there are no odds. So, 3 more games to predict here. Who hasn't predicted that wants to predict and have a chance of winning a limited card from me, a limited Sorare card, from making a prediction on Pookie? Mark Gork hasn't done one yet, has he? So Mark Gork is saying 2-2 for Minnesota, LA. I like it. So Mark, you're going to be in the draw, man. Thank you for the prediction. I like this one a lot, 2-2. Let's use the different ball here. Let's use this one. So we can target a high draw and a high percentage for over 2.5. And then Tisdale, can I do 3-2 for Atlanta versus Orlando? You can. That's actually a really good prediction. So 3-2. Let's use this one here. Again, if it's 100% correct, you're going to win a limited card. So thank you for the prediction, man. 3-2. And then Rude, have you not done one yet, Rude? If you've not done one, then you can do the New England Cincinnati one, because this one we can't predict right now. There are no odds for us to do. And we might only be able to predict on that one by tomorrow or you know, Wednesday, Thursday. So you can do this one if you want. New England versus Cincinnati. I haven't been keeping track of who's done what, but don't worry, guys. I'll rewatch the stream and I'll make a note of it later on tonight. So we need a prediction for New England, Cincinnati from Rude. Something that you think can be 100% correct. And if it is, you're going to win a limited card. So what do you think this score is going to be? Where have you gone, Rude? What's your prediction, man? For New England, Cincinnati, we need a prediction from you. $3-0. What, 3-0 to New England? Yeah? So this here, right? If this is what you want us to lock in, we'll lock it in. Just let me know. Definitely 3-0, yeah? Cool. We're locking it in. Thank you for the prediction, man. I really appreciate it. And good luck with the prediction as well, because again, if you get this 100% correct, you will win a limited card from me. So fingers crossed, man. All right. So we've got 50 energy left over. We have 2 more games left to predict, which is going to cost us 20 energy. So we're going to have 30 energy left over, which we can then spend to update the predictions to maybe try and squeeze more points out of the game week. So we have 2-3 in the Chicago versus Montreal game. We've got 1-1 for DC United versus Inter Miami. 3-1 for Seattle to beat Colorado. New York City are going to lose 2-1 at home to Toronto. Columbus are going to beat New York Red Bulls 2-1 at home. Dallas are going to be Whitecaps 2-1 at home. Nashville are going to beat Charlotte 2-0 at home. Houston are going to beat Portland 2-1 at home. Sporting KC are going to be Earthquakes 3-0 at home. This is a high score draw of 2-2 between Minnesota and LAFC. And then New England are going to be Cincinnati 3-0 at home. And Atlanta United are going to be Orlando 3-2 at home. And then when these 2 games become available, I'm going to ask 2 of you guys that haven't had a chance to predict. You'll then predict for me. And then if you get this 100% correct with an exact score, you'll then win a limited card. Hello to Robbie. How you doing, man? Pre-tip Scout, how will you remember who predicted the score? I just mentioned it. After this stream, I've marked the stream at this location. So after the stream, I can go back to this very point and I can rewatch the last 10 minutes or so, and I can just make a note of them in a spreadsheet. Yeah, it's just easier for me to do it like that than it is to do it live on the stream. So don't worry, everyone's predictions will be tracked, and then I'll know who's made the prediction and who potentially is going to win a limited card. So this is the slight dilemma now, or the slight issue with Pookie, is that now we've done pretty much all of our predictions. There isn't really anything more for us to do. And that's a shame because I'd like to keep playing Pookie. I'd like us to do something else. We've obviously got energy that we could spend forward into game week 70, but we don't really want to do that until we've worked out how much of this energy we need to use to update the prediction. Yeah, so our predictions on Pookie are done. What do you reckon, guys, for the USA League? Let's just bring that one back up. What do you reckon? With the predictions that we have so far, do you think we realistically have a chance to get into the top 50% and win some money? Because I have to say, I think we do. I think the predictions that we've got are pretty good. There's a couple of bold ones in here. I think the New England versus Cincinnati one is really bold. To say that Cincinnati are not going to score. I also think that, where was it? I think Nashville to also keep a clean sheet against Charlotte's pretty bold too. And this one's quite bold. 1-1. DC United versus Inter Miami. It could be 1-1. It really could. But I think just when I looked at that fixture, my initial thinking was that it's probably going to be over 2.5. But if it's 1-1, that's going to be incredible. 10K incoming. Imagine if we win the 10,000. Can you imagine? And everyone would be saying, how did you do it? How did you do it, Free Tip Scale? And I'll literally have to say to them, I didn't. I didn't do it at all. The community won us 10,000. Of course, if you guys actually, if that actually happened, then for sure, I'd probably end up buying, I don't know, like just a ton of cards, right? Not just limited cards. I'd probably end up buying a load of really good cards to then give out to those people that contributed towards it, like super rares and whatnot. It would not be enough to give a limited card away, would it, if we won 10,000 from those predictions? Balls and stickers, yeah. Yeah, that would be a thing, wouldn't it? A couple of epic Pookie balls, right? To put the money back into the game. All right, so I'm actually quite happy with what we've done on Pookie so far. What we are going to be doing, just to remind everyone, is I am going to be buying in 3 hours and 48 minutes time. I've only got enough money to be able to afford a starter pack. So the starter pack is 9 Matic. We have 11.9. Guys, I can't stress it enough. If you want to buy a starter pack, then you absolutely need to be on the computer, ready to buy this, right? Dead on at 6 p.m. If you are a couple of minutes late, they will be sold out. They'll be gone. The starter packs sell out within a minute. So you need to be there. You need to be quick. And you need to be ready to pick them up. Otherwise, you're going to miss out. Because these sell out so quickly because they're such good value at 9 Matic. It's really, really good. Yeah, that's also something we could do. Yeah, a limited of their choice. Yeah. Roll on the Mbappes and the Kanes and the Bellingham purchases, right? But, you know, to be fair, for 10 grand, guys would be more than deserving of it. Is anybody actually buying anything today on Pookie? Is anybody going to be using their winnings to buy any packs or any Pookie balls today? Mark's going to get 3 standard packs. Okay, cool. That's pretty good, actually. I wish that I could get more than 1 starter pack, if I'm honest with you. And I wish that I could get a standard pack too, but we obviously don't have the money because we didn't win enough on the weekend. But is anybody else looking to buy? Is anybody looking to buy the mega pack? Or is anybody actually looking to buy the legendary Pokeball? I'd be really interested to know if anybody's digging deep in their pockets to pick up those monsters in the game. Hello to Bodgy. How you doing, man? Yeah. So what are you guys buying basically today on Pookie to keep your Pookie journey going? Was thinking to buy a common ball. Does that make sense? I've screwed up my free balls, sadly. Common's a great place to start, yeah. How did you screw up your free balls, though? What do you mean that you screwed up your free balls, Rude? how can you screw up your free balls? Because they're just free, you know? You just use them. Do you mean like in how you've been upgrading them? Like the attributes that you've been putting on them? Yeah, so you distributed the upgrades weirdly. Okay, I'm with you, yeah. Yeah. Well, that's a great opportunity then for you to pick up a common. And that's the advantage of playing Pookie with the rookie balls to start with, because you can make your mistakes on the rookie ball and it doesn't really have a bearing. If, for example, Rude had distributed his upgrades on an actual ball, like a common Pookie ball, and then he realized, actually, I've done it wrong, or I don't want that anymore. I wish that I had done it a different way. He could still change it, but the difference is that when you have a common Pookie ball, if you want to change your attributes, it's going to cost you a little bit of money to do it. It costs you the crypto in the game to do it. And so this is where the free-to-play is really good, is it because it gives you that chance to experiment, to play the game, to get used to it, and to make your mistakes in the free-to-play. I've seen that you write me. Unfortunately, I can't answer. Somehow Twitch wants to verify my number for direct messages, but my number is linked to an old account. So I can't verify it. Okay, but is that your name? Yeah, but 7 TV, yeah? Is that your Sorare manager name, Bodgy? My Sorare name is the underscore sinner 86. Okay. Cool. You know what we're going to do? We're going to just send you this card now. So you can see here that you won on yesterday's stream a Visca card. So I'm going to send that to you now. Okay, so let's go back here. There you go. Edin Visca is yours, man. There you go. Thank you for the support as well. Thank you for, yeah, because you've been a long-time supporter, Bodgy, of the channel, and I really appreciate it, man. Like, a lot. How, did you have a good game week in Sorare at all? Hopefully you won something. I didn't win anything, so I'd like to hear that you guys are doing great, because then I can kind of live vicariously through you. There you go. There's your card, man. Enjoy it. We have an arena ticket to claim as well. Why not? Still waiting for these damn rivals improvements. They're so slow. Sorare. Hopefully we get some more soon. Anathobam, free tip scout, Sorare, Pookie, and UC. What other fantasy games do you foresee being in the same space as the ones we all know and love? That's actually quite a good question. It's quite a good question. There's a game at the moment which a lot of people are talking about now, which is Stocks FC. So this one here. I'm actually on it myself, and I have a very small holding on here. I signed up to this game back in September, I think, last year. And I've almost just dabbled in it for the last few months of like 2023. And I've kind of been getting a little bit more into it. So this game potentially could be quite big in this space that we're talking about. Yeah, this one here. And then there's another game as well that I have kind of been checking out. I might need to check it out a bit more. I quite like the potential of it. And this game is called Stadium Heroes. This one here. This game here, Stadium Heroes. Now, initially I wasn't too bowled over by this because it kind of reminds me of, you know, like the 2021 like crypto bull run, where there was all these kind of like NFT projects that were popping up that were very much around, you know, like cosmetic art and whatnot. And they didn't really have any good utility. They just looked very NFT, you know, like NFT looking, you know, and I wasn't too bowled over, to be honest with you, by the look of this game. But then I actually started to check it out, and I had a little, almost like a little play test for a few days, and there's actually a lot of potential with this game. I'd even say, and this is a thing to say here, I actually found this game a lot more interesting and engaging than Rivals on Sorare. So this here, Sorare Rivals, I think this is so basic and so bland, and it's just, I really don't find it super fun or addictive type of gameplay, but I kind of checked this game out for a few days, and Stadium Heroes actually has a good concept there. It's very raw and it's very rough around the edges. So at the moment, it needs a lot more development on the UI. I think it's a very small team that's doing it, and the team that has done it used to do Captain Sorare. So some of you guys might have remembered that Sorare side game called Captain Sorare, which doesn't exist anymore because those guys that were doing it then decided rather than do a Sorare side game, they wanted to do like their own kind of NFT fantasy football type of game. And so they built this here. And I actually think this is a game that still uses the actual real life performances of football players, but it's very focused around building a coach rather than building a team. And so you're trying to build, it's almost like an RPG style type of fantasy game. I enjoyed it. I thought there's a lot of potential here. And as I say, I played about with this game for a couple of days, right? And I'm not kidding. I found it so much more enjoyable than Rivals. Like, I was thinking about Stadium Heroes when I was eating my freaking dinner, right? I was eating my dinner, and I was thinking about Stadium Heroes, and I was thinking about, oh, what could I do here? Could I choose that instead for my coach or whatnot? I never fucking think about Rivals when I'm not playing Sorare. So this is why I think this actually has a lot of potential, even though it's a little bit rough and ready. There's a good idea here, and if they can develop it more, then this could be an interesting one. So yeah, probably Stadium Heroes and Stocks FC are probably the other types of games that I'm interested in at the moment. There's another game which a lot of you guys also know, which is called Footium. But this game has good potential. This is almost like the Web3 version of Football Manager, but it's not been released yet properly. It's been almost in development hell, if I could say that, for the last 2 years, where it's still in a beta, but it's not in an open beta, so they've not properly released it yet. I've had an opportunity to play test this, but to be honest with you, I've not really had enough time to play test it. And this potentially could be great, but I think the team need to start making more progress on getting it out and moving it forward, because this was basically unveiled back in 2021, and it's, you know, you're talking about 3 years ago that it still hasn't really made it out yet. So I feel like this has potential, but it's also kind of the way it's going. It's got the potential where it could just fizzle out if they don't start to get it out there soon, you know? So this one as well. It's quite a good question, though, from an Athabam. I like that question, man. So those are kind of like some of the games that I'm also looking at. One thing regarding this game is its developers used to run Captain Sorare, which they closed randomly. I had balance I couldn't redeem. Yeah, so yeah, as I mentioned, I didn't know about that, but yeah, you're right. The Stadium Heroes game was the devs from Captain Sorare. I never played Captain Sorare. It never really appealed to me. But the Stadium Heroes kind of sort of like come into my view recently, and I started to play it just almost just to test it out to see whether it's something that I could get into more, and I think it is for sure. But it's very early on in the development. If you compared the product life cycle stage of, say, Sorare compared to Stadium Heroes, then Sorare's in a much more developed, much more mature state, even though Sorare is still very much growing and it's still, in my eyes, quite young. It's still got a huge development cycle. If you compared, say, Sorare to Stadium Heroes, you'd go into Stadium Heroes, right? And you'd be like, oh, wow, it's very basic, you know, like it's very, you can tell that they don't quite have the same resources as a Sorare. You can tell it's a small team that's doing it, but the actual idea that they have, I think, is very cool. And I think the gameplay that they are developing for it at the moment as well looks really good. So, and as I mentioned, it seems way more addictive in a good way than Rivals. And I hate saying that, but that's what I thought. That's why I'm so disappointed with Rivals, because I kind of expected Rivals to give me that feeling of, oh, I can't get enough of it, that I kind of got from Stadium Heroes, but it hasn't done that for me. There's about 35 minutes left until the new deadline on Sorare, or the new game week, should I say. So please do make sure that you check your teams, guys, and you double check for DMPs and whatnot. Please make sure as well that you enter your teams into Academy as well. Everton Matrix says Rivals is such a waste of time. Use tickets to win tickets. I'm not even going to touch that line from Everton Matrix. You guys know why. Yeah, it has the potential, Rivals, to be amazing. It's just not at the moment. This is just my opinion. You don't have to agree with it, but as someone that's played games their whole life and played them pretty extensively, this is just very underwhelming. And I hope that they can make this game mode so good that it's the thing that we can't stop talking about, and it's something that we are looking forward to every game week, and that we can maybe even start doing some proper dedicated streams around Rivals, because it will have like enough value for us to actually be spending the time to do it. But the way it is at the moment, I can't justify spending any time on it until it gets a lot better, and it makes a lot more sense to spend the time on it. As Everton Matrix said, it's basically spending tickets to win tickets, and it's just very repetitive, and it just gets kind of boring. I do like the random like events that they do, you know, like the featured special events like they've done for the Zidane Real Madrid game, where you could win a VIP experience to go and watch the game with Zidane. And I also liked what they've done recently with the Liverpool game. I like those, but that alone is not enough for me. And I don't think that alone is enough to save the game mode and to make the game mode super successful. Those should be things that are in addition to a very addictive, very fun, very successful game mode, rather than people like myself that aren't playing it normally. But then when those things come around, it's like, well, that's the only reason to play Rivals. So they have a lot of work to do, the team, on Sorare Rivals. They know it. We're just waiting for them to do it. So fingers crossed we get it soon. But I'm not allowed to talk bad about Rivals, because when I do, everyone just paints me as a heretic. like some mad heretic that doesn't know what he's talking about. Especially when I do it in the feedback group as well. So yeah, hopefully this gets really good though in time. Free to scale. I will be in the Leverkusen Stadium for their Europa League game. Will you really? Oh, that's so cool, man. That's so cool. So what, you're going to be in the Leverkusen Stadium this week for the Karabag game, are you, Bodgy? What are you expecting the scoreline's going to be? Because they need to go and smash them, don't they? They got away with it a little bit in the first leg because they were down 2-0, weren't they? And then they clawed it back to 2-2. But at one point, it looked like, oh, wow, were they going to potentially screw themselves? But, you know, they managed to salvage it in the first leg. How did you get the tickets though, Bodgy? Was it through Sorare? Or did you just kind of buy the tickets normally? Uh, 29 minutes until the new game week starts as well, guys. I really like Rivals. You don't have to spend a lot of time drafting a team. That is true, actually. It makes watching some games way more exciting. Won a card last weekend as well. That is amazing. I also like your point, Boris, about how you don't have to draft teams. It's very, like, you can just get into it really quickly, which is what the whole game mode is designed to be about. It's going to be casual, dip in, dip out. You can get started in a couple of minutes. I like that aspect to it, I do. And I like to hear that you're enjoying it as well, man. So keep it going. My friend just became a member from Leverkusen, and when you do this, you get 2 free tickets. Wow. Cool friend. And then Everton Matrix says he goes to the Orlando games quite a lot since I moved over from England. Had season tickets when Kaka was playing. Oh, wow. Did you go to watch Orlando when they had Nani as well? When they had the likes of like Nani, Darryl Dyke, they had, always forget his name, Chris Muller, Benji. Who else did they have? They had somebody else as well. I can't remember. I actually love watching Orlando. Why did you move from England to the US then, Everton? Was it for a job or something? It sounds like you've been over there for a while, because Kaka was playing for Orlando years ago. So you must be a permanent resident over there now, no? It's I have to say, it's one of the teams, one of the clubs that if I ever went over to America to watch MLS games, I would absolutely love to go to watch Orlando. Because whenever I see Orlando play on the TV and I see the stadium, there's such a, almost like a carnival atmosphere, it feels like, when you watch the stadium and you see the spectators at the game. There's such a fun vibe there. You met your wife online. She was in Florida. And you've been here 20 years. Wow. What a story. Love it. Amazing. Found love online and went over to then marry her, I guess, right? And to settle down in Florida. You're still in Florida, right? I'm guessing, because you can still watch the Orlando games. Yeah, it looks super fun, man. Over in Orlando, the games anyway. Especially, like, I'm a big fan of that club, and I like purple. Purple's my favorite color. Love has no boundaries. Where's Beast as well? You know what? Whilst we're talking about love, Beast went on a date, didn't he? Beast went on a date last week, and he was very. I don't know whether you guys picked up on it, but we asked him, and we didn't get much from him, did we? He didn't really give much away. So I don't know whether that was a good or a bad sign. But next time Beast is in the chat, let me know, because I want to ask Beast whether there's been a second date or not, whether he's gone any further or if he's just dropped it. he's not been seen since, is he? That could be a good thing though. He could not be jumping into the streams because he's actually just spending loads of time with this girl. So it could have been like an amazing day, and now, you know, like they're really into each other. So that could also be the thing. That it's probably a good thing. Could be a good thing that we're not seeing him. But yeah, next time he's in, we have to let him know. Yeah, they haven't left the bedroom. The next time we see not Bodgy, sorry. The next time we see Beast in here, he's probably going to be coming up for air, saying, "Guys, I think I've shot myself in the foot. This girl is too much. She's going to kill me. She's going to kill me in the bedroom." Good pickup line. Hi, do you want to see my Bologna stack? I think there's only one better way to out that or to better that, and it's got to be, "Hi, do you want to see my Luton Town stack?" What girl is going to say no to that? Hello to Bouncing Betty as well. How you doing? How's that card that we sent you? Are you using it at all? Have you sold it, or are you going to keep it? What are you going to be doing with it? You know what I should be doing, really, and probably we will do it now. I think we've done everything we can. But last game week, I actually spent a lot of time on the stream going through the teams, but then I actually made a couple of mistakes where I didn't check some players and they DMP'd, and that was definitely the case in my rare 240 team. Look, my rare 240 team, I played anti-airseg in here. Now, the whole team completely DMP'd, right? Well, it crashed. The whole team completely crashed, right? But at the time, I wasn't to know that. And I played airseg not checking that he was actually suspended. So I need to remember that for now. I'm really hoping that these guys can do the job for us in 220. Unfortunately, there's no star in here. But again, with the players that I've got, kind of talking about there's no star is a bit irrelevant, because most of the time we're not going to be punching at that level. We're going to be kind of punching around here. So if we can just win a tier 5, that will feel like a big win for us, for this team in the midweek. Just winning anything. Of course, if we get super lucky and we win, if we can win something more than a tier 4 rare, that's going to be huge, because this is really probably not the type of team that you would expect to do very well. But if they all do well together, then that's kind of what we're praying for, that they all just click at the same time, that the stars align. So we'll see. In the All-Star, depending on what happens in this game, this team here has the potential to give us a very good reward. I mean, it's not that easy a game, if we're honest about it. But the fact that Tigres are at home, they were able to rest a lot of their players from their last league game, means that they could, in theory, win this game, keep a clean sheet, and maybe even score a couple of goals as well. If that happens, then this team has the chance to maybe even get into the top 100. But again, even if we can just win a tier 5, I don't really want to be winning the tier 5s, right? But in a midweek, if we just win the bare minimum, then I'm going to be happy with it, because it's not really a game week where we're expecting to compete strong on all fronts. So we'll see what we can do. Yeah, this is the All-Star team. I'm going to keep him. Hopefully he fits my lineups on the weekend. I needed more forward cards, so it really helped out. So thank you again. You're very welcome. Yeah, I guess you almost just have to thank the community, really, because I think the card I gave you, it wasn't really for me. It was a card that was given by someone in the channel, like donated, and then And then basically, yeah, the giveaway was triggered by the community as well. You put who? Gazaro instead of Karaoke? I don't think so. I wouldn't. No, I'd put Karaoke in here. Personally, oh, but you've put Gazaro in. Okay, I'm with you. Orlando beating Tigres. Behave. They could do, but I have to say that would be a shock if they go to Mexico and they beat Tigres there. Yeah, Hector Herrera is really cheap. The problem, we were kind of talking about this a little bit, Anathabam, is that every player is pretty much cheap in Sorare. I don't know. I don't think that's good, actually. I mean, cheap. Not every player is cheap, but you know what I mean? Like, the stars are really expensive, but then pretty much every other player is kind of reasonable to a point. Let's bring up Hector Herrera, given that Anathabam's talking about him. He is injured at the moment. This is a pretty good price for this type of player in limited. In rare, it's also technically quite good. I still think that's a little bit too high. He sold for 65, look. So his price is coming down a bit. I think if he got to less than 50 in the rare, then that's when I would say, okay, now that's incredibly good. I think if he's, on the market for 89.50, I think that's okay. But when you look at kind of his price evolution, I think if you can get this type of player for sub 50, then that is going to be absolute steal. Because then when he's back from his injury, look, he can potentially get back up to this level, 200, and you're going to be getting some incredible levels of scoring from him too. So I agree with you. Yeah, I agree. I think it's a great time to pick up this type of player, or to at least start thinking about this type of player whilst they're injured. Because, yeah, if you've ever wanted this player and you haven't really been able to afford him because he's always been quite expensive, this is the window you've got to try and get him on the cheap. Can you wait multiple months then? If so, it's fine, but he's older too and talking about going back to Pachuca. Yeah, he mentioned that, didn't he? I saw that yesterday, that he was saying that he would almost like to end his career at Pachuca, which I think is quite interesting. Because I think if he went there, he'd still do very good at Pachuca. I don't actually like them as a team, but he's a quality player. I think when you look at his scoring, he's really been incredible recently. I think when he was at Atletico Madrid, it's completely different standard of football. So he didn't do too good. But the MLS, and I think even the Liga MX, would be very suited to him, especially the Liga MX, yeah. I mean, it's funny because we were, like, Anathabam, we went through yesterday on the stream how you can dumpster dive on Sorare. And one of the players that we also talked about was Michal Zapa, right? So you guys know that I have this player. I bought him in the summer. He was like my one of my big players to bring in as part of the rebuild to kind of shift more into rare. And then I bought him in because I knew that he was probably going to get a move from Osijek. He really wanted to move to Hajduk Split, and Hajduk Split ended up buying him for about €1 million or something, which is a lot in the Croatian league. And we were talking about him yesterday, saying that he's injured. He's out for like the rest of the season. But even this type of player, look, he's on the market right now for 158. And we were saying how, like, yesterday, he was 158, and we're like, it's bonkers. It's absolutely bonkers, because this is almost too good a player for 158. I can't believe there's another card up here for 158. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. So it's pretty scary, but also pretty exciting too, that there are just so many players that you can pick up today that are good players, but you can pick them up for basically peanuts, really. Yeah. We haven't talked much about MLB, but I actually wanted to know from some of you guys that do play MLB what you think of the new MLB cards here, because they were, I think, released last week? No, towards the back end of last week. I was a bit surprised. I got to be honest with you. I was a little bit surprised on the design of them, because the design is very minimalistic. Let's view the card on Sorare. The design is very clean, and it's very simple. I think it's okay, actually. But I don't know. I just guessed that. I think I was expecting the MLB cards to just look a bit more extravagant, but I think they look quite cool. Compared to when they released the... these are 3D cards as well, right? Let me open up my 3D settings here, because I turned it off recently. Global preferences, and then 3D. I really don't like, and I was very vocal on this as well, I thought that the new season NBA cards, I really didn't like them. I thought they looked really bad. I'm not too into NBA, but if the cards were amazing, then I probably would have at least liked to have picked them up. But the fact is, I didn't like the NBA cards at all. I'm not too into the sport, so I was like, well, there's not enough there to get me buying them. I'm not into MLB, but I've got to be honest, I think the cards are pretty, they look quite sophisticated. Let's bring up the market here. Yeah, I mean, I think I was just expecting more from them. But I quite like how you've almost got like a real full body of the player. So the players look really big in them. The back of the cards actually look quite cool. They're just very minimalistic. Do you guys like them? I think they look pretty cool. I like the font, and I like the fact that they're putting the serial number down there at the bottom right. I think that looks really class, and I like them. I personally like these here. Initially, I was just surprised because I had in my head that they were going to be having these designs that would like pop out of the screen, but actually they went for something different. The direction they took was more minimalistic, more cleaner, less cluttered, more emphasis on the player, and just tucking a lot of the details all in one section here. I thought they're pretty good. Yeah, pretty good. It's like what you said before, rares are becoming limiteds. Yeah, they are. Yeah. Rares are the new limiteds now, unfortunately, for good or for bad. Love MLB to death. Already done my common draft. And then they look like trading cards from the 90s, says Bodgy. And hello to Sterling Archer as well. Hi, everyone. MLB design is excellent in my opinion. I hope the same design for NBA next year. Yeah, if they'd have done the NBA cards like this here, I actually think I might have bought some NBA cards, but I just thought the NBA cards looked so... I think actually a lot of people like the NBA cards, which is fine, right? That's the thing with design. It's always different for people, right? Just for me personally, let's bring them up. I don't like this design at all. I think this font, I've said it before, I think this font looks so shitty. This font here looks so bad, and like this curved. It reminds me of doing something on Microsoft Paint, and you use like a very basic geometric shape to come up with some kind of presentation. I just think that looks so bad. Like when you compare it to, where's the MLB one? Yeah, I mean, look at the difference. I think there's a big difference there in quality. I think this looks a lot better, a lot slicker, a lot more sophisticated. than this one here. And I even didn't like the back of it. Look, that looks awful. I think that looks so bad. But I know lots of people like this design, but I just think this looks shocking. Really bad. I mean, I'm not into NBA, so luckily I didn't have to just buy the cards because that's the sport that I love, because it's not. But I was kind of tempted to maybe buy some NBA cards if I thought the designs were incredible. And then when I saw the designs for this year, I was like, no way. No way am I going to buy these cards. I don't even want to see these cards in my gallery. That's how much I really don't like them. Whereas if I'm not into baseball at all, but I could definitely love to collect these cards because these look great, in my opinion. I really like these here, even though I know nothing really about the sport. Funny enough, the NBA cards are kind of weird because the NBA cards, if we go to the manager sales, I actually think that these cards here, these designs here, like the original designs, I think these look great. I think these look very basketball. I really like these designs. I just prefer those compared to this here. That doesn't do it for me. I feel like they almost took a step back with this design, going from this here to that. That's my personal preference. Some of you guys might absolutely love this here, and if you do, great. But I thought the whole look of this card was just significantly better than this here, and the fonts and everything. Yeah. Each their own, though. Why don't they just take MLB and NBA behind the barn? All I've seen from MLB was that the first limited Strider card sold for like $500. Did it? Damn. That's mental. That's so much money. Who's actually playing football, NBA, and baseball? Who's a manager here in the chat that's playing all three sports on Sorare and collecting, as in like collecting the cards, and actually has pro cards for all of the sports? I'd love to know, because we always just talk about the football side on Sorare, because that's where my knowledge is, that's where my interest is, and I don't really have much of an interest in playing the basketball, the baseball side. I have tried the basketball side before, and it was okay, but I also didn't really enjoy it too much. And then, of course, when they released the new cards, it just completely put me off getting back into it. Sterling says he plays all three sports. Cool. But with very little gallery in soccer and MLB. So what's your favorite sport that you play on Sorare? And if there was another sport that you could wish for on Sorare, what would that be? So the next sport that you'd like to see on Sorare, what would that one be? And then Anathabam is playing all three, but sold a lot recently. What is your strongest sport that you're in, Anathabam? Are you strongest in football? Are you strongest in basketball? Or are you strongest in baseball? Curling. That international slapping contest. That's bonkers. That shouldn't even be a sport. That slapping contest. Some of you guys probably know what I'm talking about. We just got like two people that just stand there and just see if they can slap the other one unconscious. And there's like a big following for that now. It's super weird. Cricket. NBA is your favorite by far. NFL would be awesome. I think NFL would be great. Yeah, I think NFL would be good. Like, I'm not actually into NFL, but I think if they dropped NFL into their game, Sterling, then I probably would start collecting NFL cards, and I'd probably start getting into that sport. Yeah. There's been a few talks in the past about how tennis, they'd like to get tennis into the game. The owner, Nicholas Julia, is really into tennis, and he's mentioned on a few interviews before that they'd like to bring tennis into the game. I tell you a sport that I would love to see in the game, but I think we'd never see it in the game. Or we might never say never, right? But I tell you a sport that I would love, absolutely love to see in the game, and that would be boxing. I would love to be able to collect boxing cards. And with boxing, imagine the legendary cards that you could do for boxing. You could do like the Tysons, the Arlees, the Sugar Ray Robinsons, you know, the Marcianos. You could do so many. Like, you could have a legendary game mode that would be amazing, because like there's so many legends in boxing, but obviously the difficulty with that is how would you do it? You know, like the boxing games are so, well, not games, but the boxing matches are so sporadic. There's like no real kind of almost like weekly schedule with it. It probably wouldn't work, but just as cards that I would love to collect, I would love to be able to look at like my gallery and see like a Sugar Ray Robinson in there or a Jake LaMotta in there. But I really love boxing. I used to play the, what was it called? Fight Night, EA Sports Fight Night back in the day, and I loved it. Thought it was brilliant. Yeah, but I don't think we're ever going to see it because it wouldn't really fit. UFC, yeah, UFC potentially could be the one that would fit though, for sure, yeah. UFC, probably Sorare wouldn't even be able to afford the license for UFC because they'd probably want mad amounts of money, wouldn't they? But the UFC is definitely something you could like imagine being on the game or on the platform in the future. I could anyway, personally. Would love to see a sport I don't normally watch, kind of like American football, golf. Yeah, golf's another one that's been asked a lot. So a lot of managers have kind of said that they would love to see golf on the platform at one stage, and F1 too. Yeah, I'd like to see F1 on there. The only thing with F1 is that there's not a great deal of like drivers, are there? So I feel like with F1, I'd be really interested to see how they were going to do it, because there's only really a handful of like drivers that everyone would be targeting. Like with basketball and baseball and football, there's like thousands and hundreds of different players. But with Formula One, there's only realistically what? A handful, you know, of the drivers that you really need to target. They could still do it, but it'd be interesting to see how they would do it in a scarcity, because then it could almost become a game where the whales just dominate it because they can afford the Hamiltons and the Leclercs and the Verstappens, right? Because there just wouldn't be, there'd only be so many of them in the game. And then everybody else would then have to get like a freaking Magnussen or a Magnussen or I can't even remember, Sonoda. Yeah. 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 It really has to be a team game, doesn't it, I think? Like, personally. I mean, that's why I don't think boxing would necessarily work unless they completely created a whole different format of game mode that was then perfectly suited to individual athletes rather than a team of athletes, right? I do think there's a potential there where you could you could design a game mode around individual athletes. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, they probably will add women's football before F1. And that's actually fine to add women's football, but it needs to be done at the right time. And it needs to make sure it doesn't kill the game too. Some of you OGs in the chat will probably remember when Sorare were basically floating an idea and almost testing the water with users. This was like a year and a half, 2 years ago, where they said, and they even done like a little survey as well, that they were testing out, they were thinking about integrating women's football into Sorare. And there was like a big reaction from the community for several different reasons, because of course you had some that didn't want women's football in the game, which I don't agree with at all. I think women's football has a place in the game. But there was a lot of calls from myself included that were saying, why now? You know, because they were trying to almost think about bringing women's football into the game when they weren't even properly established with all of the leagues yet. And there were some issues with the supply demand, which we still have. There were issues with the gameplay, with the scoring matrix. And we're like, maybe just deal with what you've got on your plate first with the men's football. So perfect that game first of all. Get all of the stupid little mistakes out of the game. And then once you've got a very polished product, then you can just basically port that to women's football if you want to, or you can bring women's football into it, and it's not going to upset the apple cart that much, right? But the timing of when they suggested it, and we're talking like 2 years ago. Imagine 2 years ago, they didn't actually have baseball and basketball in the game. Not really. I think they were thinking about it, and they also didn't have as many of the full licenses in the game as well for the men's football. It was just so bizarre. It was one of those things that nobody was expecting. You know, like with the fitness that they suggested, it just came out of the blue, and it sounded like they wanted to integrate it into the game like next week. And everyone was like, no, like, what are you doing? Like, just deal with what you've got, walk before you can run. And then if it comes later on, and I don't have an issue with it. And so many managers don't have an issue with it, but you're trying to do things that don't need to be done. So yeah, eventually it will come, and I think it'll be really cool. But you've got to get the product up to a certain point before you start looking to do that, no? And it was not there 2 years ago. The game was so raw still. If you were playing the game 2 years ago, you'll remember the state of the game. It was good, it was fun, but it was not in a position where we could start to bring in, women's football when there were so many issues with the men's football to begin with, and they didn't have the other sports as well. So I hope they do bring that idea back to the table, though, but just when the game is in a better position. Yeah. Yeah, that was also, that's how they were pitching it, Rude, is that at the time they were saying that they were thinking about bringing in women's football into the game, because looking at the data that they've got, there isn't a difference in scoring between like women's football and men's football in their game in Sorare, as in you won't have like women's players that are hitting hundreds every game week, right? That was what they were saying. And like, what Sorare are like, they kind of said, looking at the data, but then they didn't show any examples of the data. It was kind of like, well, like, show us how it's not going to be different rather than telling us, and then maybe we can go from there. But it was still a case of, look, it's far too early in the stage of the game to even be looking at that, when there were so many issues with the men's football in the game, which thankfully we don't really have as many of them today. So again, I'm glad that they listened to reason and they didn't do it, but it was just so bizarre that they dropped that bombshell out of nowhere. I remember it was like a week where everyone was so disorientated because they were thinking, how are we looking at this now when the game is not even fully established properly in the men's football? So bizarre, but we'll see it in the future, I think. I have no issue with women's football being used, but would have to be separate from the men's tournament. And then similar to EA FIFA, now I think it was a full success for the women's side. I know now a lot of female players, yeah. Also, Football Manager this year, so Football Manager 25 is going to be the first Football Manager that has women's football in it, which is going to be good, actually. Very good. They've been talking about bringing it to the game for a while, and it should have been in the game a couple of years back. But then when COVID hit, it kind of threw their plans off to put women's football into Football Manager. But this year, in FM25, it is going to be in the game. And if you don't know, FM25 is going to be completely different. Apparently, it's going to be the first next-gen type of Football Manager, because it hasn't really been next-gen Football Manager for a long time. Yeah, so it's going to be interesting to see how that works, right? Currently beating Luton 3-2 with Accrington Stanley in the Championship in FM25 in 2020. You know it. You need to get Luton up into the Premier League and then do a Premier League survival campaign. What we done in the summer. Yeah, that's also true. Yeah. Oh, you're Accrington Stanley? Oh, yeah, you're beating Luton. Oh, no. I don't want to hear that. All right, let's go back to the football side here. Let's come off this. This was the MLB card that we were looking at. Okay, and then let's go back onto the football side here. Oh, I've actually just realized that the deadline has passed. Wow. So all that talking and the deadline has passed. So yeah, it's next game week prep time, isn't it? All right. Before we do that, let's take a very quick 5-minute break now. And then when we come back, we can start to line up build for... There's no game week number. I mean... but we know that this is game week 459. So we're going to start line up building for that. Okay, back in 5, guys. Don't go anywhere. Stay connected. And we can also do more free tip scout fund coupons as well, because they've been available. So back in 5, guys, okay? Hello again, guys. So, just tuning in, we just took a little bit of a breather. We've been covering a load of things on the stream today, but yeah, one of the things that we were looking at, of course, was our lineups for the midweek, and we've done those, so that's now live. So fingers crossed we can do well with them. Now what we need to do, because there is a new game week open, we can start to lineup build for the weekend, and we're gonna get an early start on that. And by doing that, it also allows us to see where we're maybe a little bit short, and where we're strong, where we're weak. So let's kick off the lineup building by doing the Cap 240 rare, which is always our main priority team in rare. Picked up a rare Nowitzki for 184, hoping it'll be one of those trash pickups that turns out good. Cool, man. 184 is a great price for him, though, no? That's the great thing with those players, is that if they don't turn out to be that good, then what have you lost? 184. It's not a big issue, is it? Ooh, okay. So Jakub Slovic at the moment has an L15 of 58. He's doing very well, but he does not have a good L15. Okay, Biaki's got a good fixture here. God, Salahi has an L15 of 62. That's horrible. That's horrible. A lot of our players, which is a good sign, a lot of our players we can't afford now from their average scores. We can't afford to play them in Cap 240, whereas before we could, like, constantly. But they've been doing so well that their averages are too high now to play. Let's come back to the Cap 240. Let's do the Champ America to begin with, actually. Okay, so Carlos Garces doesn't have a game. That's a shame. Dominguez for Quito does, so he can go in. Quintero came off injured, but we're going to assume that he's fine. If he isn't, we will replace him because we have a couple of players that we can just throw in here. But ideally, we want to be playing Quintero. So we have this nice stack with Quito here. And then up front, we'll probably play Zampedri. We've also got Peter Musa. Now, we've been playing Peter Musa in Cap 220, but this actually might be the weekend where I play Peter Musa in Champion America. So we can try to use him to win an in-season MLS card. Because he has a home game against Whitecaps, and I think he could do quite well. So what we could do is we could play Zampedri and Peter Musa. So we go with two forwards up front. We put Musa in there. We have Branco and Pereiro. Hoyos isn't starting at the moment. Morales is back, but he's got River Plate, which is horrible, and it's away. Pinares isn't starting either at the moment. Santos is starting, but he's much more of a Cap 220 type of player. Yeah, I think we do it like that. We almost need to play our best players in Champ America. Like, our best American players need to go in here. So I think it needs to be that. I don't like that we're not captaining Musa. But I do like that we're captaining Quintero because when he plays at home, he can hit like a 99, which is what he done. Let's do that for now. Like, it was a matter of time before we started to play Musa in Champion America. We could still play him in Cap 220 because, as I say, he's got this like low L15 of 39. But we'll probably be able to play another forward with a low L15 anyway. And he is one of our best America players, so he really needs to try and come in here so that he can win us an MLS player, an in-season MLS player. Yeah, like one of these guys, really. That's a good team, no? They've all got home fixtures too, which definitely helps. What do you guys reckon? What would you do differently? Who would you not pick here in the Champion America team? Because I think that's pretty solid. He should, shouldn't he? Yeah. I don't like that we don't have him as the captain because I think this is one of those fixtures where he could hit like a 70, 80 and above. But I think if we end up having to take Quintero out, if Quintero's injured, then we will probably put the captaincy on Peter Musa. So if we took Quintero out, probably our defender that will go in here will be like Branco and Pereiro, like that. And then in that case, then we'll then captain Musa. But I agree with you. I think he should smash it in this fixture. Okay. So if we go back to, hold on, let's do Cap 220 now rather than Cap 240, because if we focus on this one, we can then work out who are the low cost options that we really need to play in here instead of 240. So we ideally want to be playing a limited goalkeeper. We have a few. Okay. We've now got Pepe Reina, but he's not going to play in that one. Miguel Vargas is probably going to be on the bench again. He came in for that game because the main goalkeeper, Diego Penny, was suspended. We tend to play Patrick Zubczuk as the goalkeeper here, and he's got a really low L15 of 42. So I think we will keep him in. We tend to then play Guzman as a stack, and then Tascaran as part of a Lalanya Spore stack as well. Kaminsky has a game at home against Nottingham Forest, which is good, but we're probably going to want to play him as part of our Luton Town stack. So the other two goalkeepers that we would consider would be Pepe Reina or Miguel Vargas. But I think we're going to do that there. Okay. I'm just going to do, and then I'll talk a little bit less as well now. Okay, that's a good one. Okay. Wow. Mullenstein has a good fixture and a good L15 as well. Yeah, okay. So Mullenstein in here. And then we have 54. Wow. That does give us the option to play Biaki in here. Okay. Let's do it for now. There's always a risk here that he's not going to start, but he doesn't really need to start in order to score well. Okay. That is making me think, what would we do for Challenger Europe then? Yeah, because then if we wanted to do, oh, this is tricky. If we wanted to compete in Challenger Europe, we'd probably need to play anti-airseg in here. And we could do something like Eli Room, Karlan Zarkas here. And then technically what we could do is we could do Zalahi and then Smolcic. And then captain Zalahi. Okay. But then who are we going to play as the goalkeeper here? Hervey Kofi we could do, but I don't think we really want to. He has been very good, yeah. He's actually been so good that I have been neglecting him. So where I actually think he wasn't going to do good, he's done great. Look, he got the 66 on the weekend. He got a 56 against Genk. I didn't think he'd keep the clean sheet against Veselu, and he did. So it's actually been brilliant. If we played Kofi in here, because one of the reasons why I was playing Slovic is that we could play Slovic and Ahmed Agoose, but the problem is that Agoose is not actually starting anymore at the moment, which means that if I probably need to break that stack up. If we put Frank Bolly in, because he's now starting for San Luis, he's only 34. Okay, let's do it like this, and for now. I don't think I like having Bolly in here, though. I've got to be honest with you. Like Jamiro Monteiro needs to be the midfielder here. And so then it's making me think that we could then play Pappy in here. Could play Amperero too. He's got a home game. Could play both. So if we done Pappy there, and then what if we done Amperero? Amperero's 50, and then we have 55, which allows us to play. Wow, we can then do Hervey Kofi. What I was thinking is whether we could bring Victor Edvardsen out and put him in here. Or do we take Musa out of America, put Musa in here, and then put Amperero alongside Tapia? So we could do, like, for example, Musa in here. Then we've got 50, which then allows us to, well, decisions. Hello to Connor, man. How you doing, buddy? Like this guy, but I feel like I only really want to play him if we're going to do a full Cattolica stack or in Capsu 40, because he doesn't quite have the scoring that's good enough. You can see here for like a dedicated regional competition like America. So we probably do need to keep this team in place as it is now. Yeah, they didn't do good today last night. They lost 4. Was it 4-2? I think it was 4-2, wasn't it? At home, which was really, really poor from them. Cattolica. I think I quite like the America team. So rather than me try and fiddle around with it, this does feel like the strongest America team that we can put out. I don't tend to run with 2 forwards, but with fixtures like these, we probably can make an exception. And then LDU being at home, these guys are always going to be in our America team. So it's just really a case of who makes up the final 2 spots. And Zampedri will usually be the forward. And then sometimes it might be Musa and we might play Zampedri somewhere else. But we've got this kind of weekend where we can play them both together. So I think that's actually fine. I don't know whether I want to play Biaki in 220. Let's go back into the 240. Okay. So this is not that good a fixture. Let's have a quick look at it here. We might need the lineup builder. Okay, there's no projections at the moment, but this is what I'm interested in, yeah. I don't like the lack of potential for a clean sheet here for Kofi, and I actually think there's a big chance that they could concede 3 goals here. So I kind of want to try and avoid playing Kofi in 240. I do want to try and play Sovic. Or we could play Eli Room, but I think maybe Eli Room in Challenger Europe is pretty good. Or we could bring him in. We've done Eli Room and then Carlos Zarkis in here like that. Then we could do Jamiro Monteiro. Then if we wanted to, we could do Pappy for 50. And then we've got 49, which then means that we could, if we wanted to, we could then play anti-airseg. Is there an easy way to see how many points would have gotten you a reward and compare the comps? E.g. 400 points in second div would be a tier 5, but in caps 270 a tier 4. I don't actually think there's an easy way. I think you have to do it manually to compare them on Sorare data. That's not bad. Okay. Let's do Ogus for now, even though he hasn't been starting. Anto Grigic can come in here. And then we can captain Anto Grigic, actually. And then our all-star rare team would then be Kofi. Kind of feels wrong not to play Morales, though. We have to play Morales, really. He could still get a last man tackle or clearance off the line. He'll have to do a lot of defending against River Plate as well. Okay, let's liven the chat up a little bit. Guys, under 23 team. Under 23 team. You guys pick it for me. This is your community team. So for a forward, we have the option of Lang or Corridor. Who do we go with? So you guys need to pick the team. Okay, so you guys are saying Corridor at the moment. And then midfielder-wise, I think we're probably going to have to put Fruk in because Jankovic is still out injured. So we'll do Fruk here. And then probably defensively, could be wrong here, but I'm thinking we do Smolcic, who was suspended in the last game. And actually, it then means that we either play Lang or Kosanu as the extra. And given that Kosanu isn't really a starter at the moment, probably has to be Lang anyway, doesn't it? With what? The captaincy on Fruk? Yeah, I can show it in the lineup builder. We'll do it like that. So Lovro, Match Kick. Then Smolcic. Then Fruk. Then Corridor. And then Lang. We'll do a quick vote so you guys can pick the captain as we do every week. Right, you guys have 1 minute to vote, so get voting, because whoever you guys want us to captain will be the captain in the Community Under 23 team. So make sure you use the power of your vote to try and help this team win a card reward, because if it does, we can give the card reward away to one of you guys. It could be you. Wow. What is going on? We've had votes, but we had 4 votes here. 4. It makes me not want to do the under 23 team, if I'm honest with you. It makes me feel like we should just sell up and forget the whole thing. I mean, look, you guys voted for Frook. Supposed to be a team that the whole community gets behind. Feels like a struggle every week to kind of get the interest in this here. And then when I see 4 votes for the captain, it does honestly make me think, what's the point? Maybe the community doesn't want an under 23 team. And we've kind of been, struggling here to try and do well. And so maybe that's the part of the reason too. But even before then, there's not been interest in this at all. And when I see 4 votes here, and we've got more than enough people in the chat to have more than 4 votes, it does actually make me think, why don't we just sell this now and just be done with it? So I'm going to put the captaincy on Frook. I'll be honest with you, I don't know whether we're going to enter this team. Because I basically done this team so that you guys can get behind it. But if there's this little interest in it, then what's the point? So we'll enter it for now. But I'm not kidding. I may very well just sell this team before the game week starts. Because it just doesn't feel like a community team, actually, at the moment. Because the community's not enough of the community's getting involved in it, right? I appreciate all the votes that from the 4 that got involved in it, but that's not a community team when you've got 4 people voting. Let's put the captaincy on Frook for now. Yeah, we've done it closer to the deadline. This is the problem. We've done it closer to the deadline, and there's still not a huge amount of interest in it. So I don't know. We'll do it again, but just demoralizes me a little bit that we've kind of done this team, and I don't know. No one's really behind it. So there you go. There's the under 23 team. Where was it? Here you go. This is it for the moment. We'll come back to it on Thursday. And I feel like if on Thursday we don't get the interest that I was hoping for, I'm literally just going to bin the team, I think, guys, and just cash the money out. But we'll give it another go. Yeah. All right. Let's try and whiz through the rest of it here. Let's get rid of this here for the moment. Delete. Delete. And let's maybe do a throwaway Cap 270. Let's do that for now. Yeah, it's pretty good from Herrera. He's doing well, isn't he? Yeah. Still very cheap as well. Right. Let's do 240. Oh, 1 point over. You're kidding me. That's annoying. Could do Luton in here. Hello, 40 marker. How you doing, man? So let's do Oso, Doughty, Colton Morris, and then Ogben. There you go. Yeah, I'm all right. I'm good, man. We're just putting our lineups together for the weekend. Okay, and then let's do cap 220. Wow. Don't think I want to do Kaminsky twice. We could do. I think if we get really stuck, we could do it, but might be better to do Manuel Neuer. I miss my girlfriend a lot, so I had to fly back. I wonder. Could we do it like this, actually? Probably want to play the whole team. Okay. Sorry, I'm just, if you're wondering what I'm doing, yeah, that's what we could probably do. So in Challenger Europe, I could play my Alanyaspor stack in there. I was wondering whether I played it in 220 or All-Star, but I think what we do is we play in here because we can't fit it into 240. Like that. Okay, so now we've got a stack in place for Challenge Europe, and then 270 is going to be a throwaway team, so let's get that deleted for now. All-Star 220, Cap 240 is the Luton Town stack. And then All-Star, probably I don't want to play any of the Tigres boys at the moment this weekend because of their midweek game. So let's do 220 now, and then we'll then be able to work out who needs to go into All-Star. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. We might actually be able to do Champion America. Well, Miguel Vargas isn't going to play. No, he's not. So let's do it like this, right? Up front, who have we got? We've got Lang, sure, but he's in under 23. We have Anti-Airseg, who I think we're probably going to want to play. Yeah, because then what we could do is we could play Biaki and then Adis Jasic, because Jasic is going to have quite a high, yeah. So 51 for Jasic and 54 for Biaki's too high in cap 220. So we can do Airsig at 48 there. Then as the midfielder, ideally we need like a low cost midfielder. Jordan Clark's a classic example here. In fact, Jordan Clark's pretty good because he's a starter. He has huge bonus as well, and he has Nottingham Forest at home. So it could very well be Jordan Clark here. Yeah, it's quite good for Jordan Clark. Yeah, let's do it. So Jordan Clark there. And then defensively, what we could also do if we wanted to is we could play a Luton Town defender. Okay. There's Morales again. Ryan Porteous is a brilliant player to look at. But I think I might want to use him and maybe Morales in All-Star. So yeah, what we could actually do here is we could play, where's he gone? Reece Burke here. And then could play POV. Oh, could we do that? Okay. So where I'm leaning to at the moment is that we could put the Luton Town goalkeeper Kaminsky in here as well. Then we could just throw some like POV in here or Matteo Maric, but he's got a really difficult game. So why don't we put POV in for now? And then we captain him too. We do that. And then what it means is that for All-Star, we can then play in goal. We can do Guzman. Up front, we can do Biaki. Midfield, we can do Jasic here. So we have that stat going on. And then we can run with two defenders, one of them being Morales here. And then the other one being Ryan Porteous, like that. And then what we could also do is we could put almost like a dummy team together in Champion America. We could put Vargas in there, who's probably going to DMP. But then what we could do is we could play, we could play like our Tigres kind of boys, although we'd have to play them knowing that they're probably going to DMP, but that's kind of okay. So we could do like Ibanez, for example. Garza. Where's Garza gone? Oh, Jesus Garza's a midfielder. So like Garza there. And then Angelo probably here. And then someone like Herrera. Like that. Could do that. And then we could put out a dummy team for, we could confirm this one. And then we could put out a dummy team for All-Star Rare Plus as well. That may be huge bar. Pinares in there. Then Garterman in there. Received an offer. Okay. So we've actually done our weekend lineups already as a first draft. Hello to Malv. How you doing, man? How's it going? We've got some good teams actually for the weekend, I think. Not sure about this at the moment. This 220, I think we could like massively improve it. I think having Airseg in here is fine. I think also having like a real low-cost midfielder that is starting, like Jordan Clark's pretty good. So I think that makes sense. I just don't know whether, I don't think the rest of it does actually. Don't know. If we do Clark for 31. Yeah, it's looking all right, isn't it, Leagueham at the moment? Some stacks with some good fixtures too, which is good. Hopefully we can, we can get the benefit of running a stack, because very often we don't. Very often with the stacks that we've got, they're not that strong teams, so we have to rely on them having good fixtures. And this weekend, it actually looks like we've got good opponents for a lot of our stacks, actually, which is good. Yeah, I think I do want to. I mean, just based on the players that I've got, if I am going to play Reece Burke, which I think I probably will, then we might as well then run with the stack, right? I mean, we do have other goalkeepers as well, so we don't have to, but we might as well double up then. Home game against Nottingham Forest. It's a huge game for Luton. They have to win it if they want to have a chance of staying up. Maybe Piovi doesn't need to stay in here, though. But then, you know, like maybe he does actually. We don't have a load of other players that are super heavy hitting. Yeah, let's do it. It's actually okay. I'm not going to play the Tigres boys together at the moment because when they have a midweek game week, they'll probably play their strongest five in the midweek, right? And then it then means that they'll rotate for the weekend. So I don't really want to play them. And I think if I do play them, I'll play them in a like a throwaway team. So I'll probably figure out who's got a good chance of playing in here. But yeah. Otherwise, I would like to play them. You're right to point that out, Ligma. Otherwise, I would like to play them. Because, you know, if you've got the stack, you might as well play them all together. But we're running out of goalkeepers, and we need to basically play our last starting goalkeeper in All-Star. This is actually quite strong, this All-Star team. Has good potential. Like, we know on his day he can do really good. That's a pretty good start. The one thing we haven't figured out yet or announced is the new game week for Beat the Base, and it's going to be in the Italian League. So if you want to win a sticker, you have to predict in the Italian League this week, guys. Yeah, it is going to be a bit tough, isn't it, in the Italian League? Makes it a good challenge, though. Okay, I think most of my games for the midweek are happening from tomorrow. This one's happening tonight, though. Technically, this one's happening tonight, too. Okay, interesting. Cool. If I do not open my rewards tonight, will I see them in my gallery? Yeah, you will. Yeah, you will. Like, there's a certain time that has to pass before you can see them in your gallery. But let's say, for example, if you didn't open them, you would see them in your Sorare gallery because Sorare data, for example, is going to know which card you won. So you could see them in the SO5 stats here because it will show you what card you won. So even if you don't claim it, you could still come to SO5 stats and then you could see the cards that are waiting for you to claim. What do you think about Debbie Flores? I think he's okay. Not a huge fan. I think we'll do a raid today as well. We haven't done a raid in a while. I think we'll do a raid. Champ America. Suggest a lineup. Okay. So for this weekend, it's suggesting that we run mainly with the Cattolica stack, which we wouldn't do. We would run with Zampedri. Wonder if we can find out anything on Jose Quintero. He came off injured in the last game. Don't see anything at the moment. We'll have to keep an eye on that. Yeah, because he came off injured. But I didn't see it, so I don't know how serious that injury is or not. We'll have to keep an eye on it. And maybe we'll need to keep an eye on Quito's page as well. Their Twitter page here. They might have some kind of an update on Quintero. And even not, I can just check him in training. This guy's so cheap now. It's quite a good Cap 240 team. It's quite balanced, this one. With 1 point left over. Okay. All right. Pretty much done everything, haven't we? I think. There's not much more for us to do on Pookie. So, yeah, I think we're done. Unless there's anything you guys want us to do. It used to take us a long time to do the first draft, but because we sold a lot of limited cards, it's actually a lot easier now. and a lot less of a headache. Yeah, it's not bad, is it? Would you go for the mid-threshold Ligma with that team? I don't think I would. I think it has the potential to do that, but I just I don't think I'm not brave enough. I think it comes down to bravery. I don't feel brave enough to risk my rare teams to try and go for higher. Yeah. Just like you, I've been saving my tokens in Rivals. How many do I have now? I've got 108 now. Yeah. How many do you have? I'd almost love to know how many people are doing this here. How many people are not playing it and just stacking and just hoarding the tickets. It's disastrous, really. But yeah, we said everything we need to say on Rivals, haven't we? 22. 22's not bad if you've just started, right? I mean, I think at one point, Rivals is going to be great, where we're then going to want to play it a lot, and so having this big pile of tickets then is going to be really useful. And that's why we're saving them, if you're wondering, because I don't see the point in spending tickets to not even guarantee yourselves to win something worthwhile. You're basically spending tickets to win most likely more tickets, and it's just, you're not getting anything from it, really. Whereas if we save the tickets and then Sorare turn around and they say, oh, hey, like we've added some ranked rewards into Rivals. So if you get into this certain rank in Rivals on the leaderboard, you will then be able to win this type of reward box, which has then got a high percentage for a card or something in it, right? At that point, we're then going to want to hit Rivals hard. And if you don't have enough tickets to do it, then it's going to be harder for you to get into those positions to win those better rewards, right? So that's why I'm just hoarding them. And I know others are hoarding them too, because they're just biding their time, waiting for the moment where it then makes a lot more sense to start spending your tickets, because you can then get something worthwhile out of it rather than just wasting tickets. You know, maybe you don't see it as wasting tickets, but for me, this is just wasting tickets to win, basically, tickets. Look, you have what was it, a 93%, if my math is correct there, a 93% chance to win tickets. So you spend tickets to win tickets. Come on. Not for me. Not for me. My time needs to be better spent than that. I don't have much time anyway, and I certainly don't have the time to just spend tickets to win tickets to then spend more tickets to win tickets. And it's like, what is that? I'm not doing that. I think if you love Rivals, as I say, you won't mind just winning more tickets. But for me, that just seems like a crazy loop that I want no part of. I don't mind spending tickets if it means I can win something that I can then use in the game. So even if it wasn't cards, but it was maybe boosters that I can use to apply on cards, or so coins that would then allow me to put towards buying something in a club shop. But hell no, I'm not spending tickets to win tickets. That's a ride I want no part of. The lowest reward should be 5 tickets. I agree. Yeah, I absolutely agree. Yeah, I told Sorare this as well. I told them this. I don't know. Maybe, I don't know why they didn't do it, but they did change it, of course. They made it so that it was better. But yeah, the minimum here should be 5, and then there should be an option to maybe win 10 or 15. there should be an option here where you can just win big with the tickets. And again, you might argue, well, that's just spending tickets to win tickets, but that's also just going to make, if you spend 3 and you end up winning 10 or 15, that's actually going to feel like a pretty good reward to win, because then that allows you to play more arena games to potentially have more chances of winning the reward boxes. Or you might just think, you know what, that's a nice amount just to store away, to save. I'll kind of spend another 3, but then I'll save the 7, and I'll save them for when, again, Rivals gets a lot better, and I can then put those tickets towards like spending them when it's going to result in something that I can use in the game. So yeah, but I think, you know, the problem with this here is that you're basically, you can of course win something other than the tickets, but most likely you're just going to win tickets, and you're kind of spending 3 to maybe get, like, most likely get 3 back, which is a madness for me, an absolute madness for me, to spend 3 to win 3. Like, I don't get it at all. I've never seen that I've never seen that type of reward system in a game where you're not really any better off from playing it. And then of course, if you win the 5, then yeah, you're basically +2 up. If you've only spent 3, and so kind of feels okay, but as I think it was Ligma said, that should almost be the minimum. Yeah. But we're kind of almost going back in circles here, because we've said everything we need to say about that before. And I think it's pretty obvious to a lot of people that are playing Rivals that this is a bit of a joke. Personally, I think it is, really. But if you don't really mind just winning tickets and you just enjoy playing the game, then you're not really going to be bothered by this, right? But I do think, and I said it before, and I will say it again, I do think that what we have to think about as managers playing the game is this an attractive reward system, and a reward system that keeps you motivated, keeps you incentivized to playing the game? Is that type of thing going to hold the interest and the attention of new managers joining the game? And I have no data to back this up at all, but I'm going to tell you right now, I'm pretty sure if you're trying to attract new people into the game and they start playing it and they find that they can't really win anything, and all they're basically doing are winning more tickets to spend to win more tickets, then those people are going to get sick and tired of it, and they won't play it. They won't play it. And they might then think, okay, this is kind of not for me. Let's go over to Pro, because let's check that out. Then they might start spending. But you also probably will have a large proportion of people that will just think this is absolute, like, nonsense, and they'll just leave the game. And when we're in a game where we really are at a critical point, where we need demand more than ever, we need new demand in the game, it's just very frustrating to see the team behind the game almost doing things to put people off, when we need people to be very incentivized to keep playing it and to keep engaged with the game. Well, I don't have any data to back that up, right? So this is what I mean. I'd love to see data from Sorare that shows them that at the moment, this is very successful, that this is really engaging people, and that they're really enjoying Rivals, and they love winning the tickets, so they keep spending more tickets to win more tickets, and the new people that have joined the game, their satisfaction levels are high, and they're thinking about spending money in the game. It could be like that, but we have no idea whether it is actually like that, because that's obviously data that we don't have access to, and Sorare don't share it. But as a gamer, as someone that has played games a lot throughout their life, this just isn't that great. And the game mode can be better, and probably should be better already at this stage. So yeah, I really want to play this more, but I just can't play it more at the moment. So Hope in the future I can. Oh, Beast is in here, is he? Oh, we were talking about you, Beast, earlier, in a good way, because we were asking how the date went, the fact that we haven't seen you in so long. We were thinking, is it so good with that girl, which is why we're not seeing you in the streams, that you're spending more time with the girl? Beast, tell us, man. Is there a second date? Is she a girlfriend right now? Are you picking out a ring to propose to her? What's the deal? What's going on? Yeah, I'm in that side of it. I understand the rewards are bad and playing. It's a kind of waste of the potential of the tickets, but I enjoy doing it to give me more interest in certain matches. But I just do 1 or 2 games a day, really. I quite like it. I like to hear that, man. I do. I like to hear that, and I think that's the other side of it is that it's not all about the rewards, is it? If you actually just enjoy a game mode, then you don't care really what you get. If you're just having fun playing it, that's great. That's what it should be about. And you know, like if you think about so many games out there, like in my free time, for example, whenever I get free time, which is not very often, at the moment in my free time, if I've got like an hour or like a half an hour or something just to spare, I might turn on like the PlayStation or the Xbox or whatever. I might just start playing like the old school Batman games, you know, like the Arkham Batman games. So I love them. I think they're so fun, and they just completely chill me out. Obviously, playing that, there's nothing I get out of it other than just pure enjoyment, right? So it's not like I'm saying I'm not going to play the Batman Arkham games because what do I get out of it? Like, I'm playing it because I enjoy it and it's fun. So I love to hear that if you are just enjoying it, then great, because you then really don't care what you're getting out of it. What the main thing you're getting out of it is enjoyment, right? And that's really good. I just hope that this game mode can evolve quickly enough to the point where more and more people out there like you can also feel the same. Because I kind of almost don't mind not winning anything from rivals, right? I know I just went on saying there's not really anything worth winning, but if you told me that there was nothing to win in rivals, but this was a game mode that I couldn't put down, then I'd play it to death, right? Because I was having so much fun playing it. I think my big issue with it at the moment is that it's not very fun for me to play, and it's also not very rewarding. So if it's not one or the other, then I'm not going to... They're the two core parts of playing a game, isn't it? Either a game's very rewarding or a game's really fun. And ideally, you want them to be both, but if they're not both, it needs to be one of those two. And that's kind of my problem with Rivals at the moment, is that I don't really actually think I'm not having fun with it. And it's also not very rewarding for my time. So that's why I'm not playing it. But if it was really, really fun, but there were no rewards, then I'd play it to death, right? Also, if it wasn't that fun, but the rewards were just really good, then I'd grit my teeth and I'd play it because I knew that it was worth me playing it. But it's not, for me personally, any of those two. So that's why I don't play it. And that's kind of why I get frustrated with it, because I'd like to play it, but the game for me personally doesn't give me enough to play it. But that's just me, right? That's just me. And it's great when I hear and I see in the chat that you guys do enjoy it, and some of you guys do enjoy it, and you don't really care too much about the rewards because you're just enjoying it. And so there's obviously something there, right? Which is appealing. But I just want there to be more there that appeals to a bigger section, a bigger audience of people, personally. Yeah, I think you're right, man. I think you're right. That they'll make this better, and hopefully it will be a game mode where it could be like a real game changer for Sorare, right? Hopefully. I think I just expected it to be a game changer almost from the off, and then they would just kind of add to it over time. But I just feel that it's not a game changer when they launched it, but it could be. And we now kind of have to just wait and go through this pain process, not for you, but for me and other managers, where kind of really relying on this game mode to bring in like millions, literally millions of people into the game. Because if we don't get that, then I think the game's going to be in a bit of a problem, where we're going to reach that critical mass point where it's at breaking point, where the supply is really, really far too much versus the demand. And we're really relying on this to bring in lots of new people. And I just worry that the way it's been launched and the state of it at the moment, and with kind of some of the updates which are taking, in my opinion, just a little bit too long to get into the game, just worry that we're going to be losing people in that time. And so all that good work to try and attract people into the game, you could be attracting 5,000 per day, but if, like 5,000 that you attracted the day before are just kind of already bored of it and then leaving, it's like you're not really getting anywhere. So that's kind of my worry with it. Beast. I thought I have been here and talked about it. Maybe you didn't notice. But yeah, she spent the night Friday, Saturday at my place. So I guess it went well. We'll see each other only on weekends because she lives 2 hours away from me. So it's kind of rough. Well, I didn't know that. I didn't know that it's going well. It's definitely going well. If she spent the night, man, brilliant stuff. This could be the start of a beautiful story here on the channel, where Beast eventually, we don't start seeing Beast on the channel because he's getting locked down in a relationship. But love to hear it, man. Love to hear it's going good. I was enjoying Rivals. This is from Mikey. I was enjoying Rivals, but I stopped playing because of the matchmaking. And it seems like it's too easy to keep going up in the rep. Oh, too easy. Okay. That's interesting. Yeah, I kind of get what you're saying, though, because I actually, even though I didn't play it too hard, it did feel like you could climb quite easily to begin with. But I think when you get to the higher levels, it's obviously not going to be as easy, because then you'll be going up against more difficult opponents. But I think initially you can climb really easily. The matchmaking, though, was a bit of a mess, wasn't it? It's better now, but I don't really understand why it was launched in that way. But hopefully that continues to get better, because it does need to. But I also stopped playing because I only get tickets. Yeah. I think the really easy fix with, and maybe this is something that we're going to be seeing, because if you think about it, if we go to the blog here and we go to the latest football update, right at the bottom, they mentioned about the coin rewards, how the coin rewards distribution will be revisited ahead of the transition phase, right? And that they're going to share more plans and numbers closer to the beginning of the transition phase. So it maybe we could even see the So coins are offered in the reward boxes in Rivals, or maybe you can win some Sorare coins from getting a ranking in Rivals, and then the club shop is then going to be revamped so that you can then actually buy stuff with your coins. The big problem that we have with the So coins is that there's an economy, but there's nothing to spend it on. So the economy's fine, but you can't really have an economy when you don't really have anything for that economy to be spent on. So if they fix the club shop, and then they started to integrate So coins into Rivals more, that in itself would be probably enough for me to start playing like Rivals more and to be more engaged with Rivals. Because if I earn, even if it was like 10 So coins per every friendly game that I play, or 10 So coins for every arena game that I play, right? Only 10. It's not a lot. I'd probably be playing it a lot more. If I knew that there was something for me to spend them on in the club shop. So really hope that we get the club shop that everyone is deserving of and wanting. And if we get the club shop and then Sorare then try and integrate the So coins into Rivals, I think that alone could instantly make this an overnight hit for a lot of people that kind of got a little bit bored of it. So yeah, there's so much that we're kind of waiting on, aren't we? There's so much that we're just hoping can come and keep this going, because it's still very early on, right? It was only released about a month and a half, 2 months ago. I don't want it to just turn out to be a game mode where Sorare are almost just too slow at getting the updates and keeping it, improving it, that it then just kind of almost withers away into obscurity and people are just like, yeah, there's that game mode, but you don't really need to worry about that. This needs to be a game mode where it's like, yeah, you want to play Sorare because there's this wicked game mode in there called Rivals. That's what we want it to be. I don't want to see another club shop scenario where something gets launched in the game and then for a whole year, it basically just almost gets neglected. Or the updates to it are so slow that people then don't really see the point of it. The matchmaking when you use limited cards still isn't great. Agree. It can match you with 1 limited against someone with 3 limited, which doesn't feel fair at all. Even if you only win 2 out of 5 arena matches, for example, you gain 20 rep and lose 15, so gradually keep going up. Yeah, you do. I think if the club shop was in a way better position than what it is now, because let's be honest, guys, this is a joke, right? I mean, this is just not good enough. So if this was in a way better position, as in a proper club shop that you would be interested in checking out and that there'd be lots of things in there that you'd be trying to save up for, I'm pretty sure that then there would already be So coins in Rivals, okay? But I think at the moment, if you start throwing in So coins, great, but it's not really going to be that great because you won't realistically have a reason to spend them. So they've got to get the club shop and Rivals up to a good standard together so they can start to see a bit of a crossover and a bit of a link between what you do in Rivals that then allows you to spend in the club shop and vice versa. Yeah, we were talking about him earlier today, Hector Herrera. Yeah, that he's really cheap, sub 100. But I think sub 50 will be the Leibniz point. So if he was on the stream from yesterday, you guys will get that joke, the Leibniz point, where it's too good that you have to pick him up. I feel like Sorare's neglect of Rivals and the club shop is a disgrace, says Anathabam. I actually kind of mirror your thoughts there, I'm not going to lie. What do you think is the one thing, Anathabam, that Sorare need to do next in the game? Forget about the new format. What do you think is the one big thing, or the one thing, it doesn't even have to be a big thing, what's the one thing that you would like to see added into the game for Rivals to keep the game mode going, improving, keeping it fun and worthwhile? Thoughts on the Brighton versus Roma? I actually think that Brighton could struggle there. They shouldn't in a way because they've got a good enough team, but I also think that not having Matoma is a bit of a blow for them because he's that type of player that you would want to have in that fixture. A new game mode, in your opinion? Have you got any ideas about what a new game mode would look like for you? An Aetherban. Because I do agree with you. I think you make a good point there. I know this is a new game mode. This, of course, is a game mode. I think having a third game mode would be great. I actually think like challenges, having some kind of a game mode, which is a challenge game mode, where every week, almost like what they do in FIFA, right? With the squad building challenges, having something like that, where you can then win cards for really crazy kind of outcomes, you know? Like winning the threshold, hitting a threshold with just 3 players for something should be a challenge that if you achieve it, then you can potentially win a card, or you can win, you know, like a reward box that would then have a high percentage for a card or whatever it would be. But maybe that could be a game mode. I'd like to know what you guys think around a new game mode. What ideas do you have? B says, give ranked rewards. Yeah, I agree. And give the top 10% a tier 4 every week, top 5 a tier 3, and so on. Oh, top 10% a tier 4? What, in Rivals Beast? I think that would be almost too generous, really. I think, personally. I think the rank rewards should be in there, though. I agree with you on that, definitely. Ranked rewards are like the easiest thing they could implement. Just bought a Mihail Zaper for €1. A Mihail Zaper rare for €1. You're kidding me. This is the player that we've been talking about. And I said, didn't I, that if he gets to around 1... Oh my God, look. Oh, that's unbelievable. I mean, it's incredible for you. It's absolutely incredible for you, Sterling. So look at this here. Sterling's just bought him 4 minutes ago for less than £1. Zaper. Mihail Zaper. One of the key signings, one of the key players for Hashtag Split. Only 25. An incredible Croatian talent. He's out injured for the rest of the season. But this is exactly the type of thing that I was saying yesterday, and this is the point, is that you literally cannot go wrong buying this type of player. And there's loads of others out there that are like a Zaper that you can get for stupidly cheap at the moment. This type of player, getting him for less than £1 is like mind-blowing. Absolutely mind-blowing. So huge congrats to Sterling for making that deal happen. It's very, very unbelievable that people are willing to sell him for that cheap. It's bonkers, really, because he's really worth so much more than 86p in the rare. His limited is 62p. How can you get the rare for 86p? It's unbelievable. So, well done indeed, Sterling. Yeah. If I know any other players like these ones, you're welcome. Well, I think the point is that I don't really want to be saying, yeah, get this player, and telling you guys the actual players, right? I don't want to be prescribing to you guys, this is who you should get. What I wanted to do is I wanted to show you the route, the approach, right? The method to find these types of players, and then to do your research and work out, okay, that's too good for that price. And it really is, right? Like, basically never sell him, Sterling. Never sell him, because he's never going to get, well, he never say never, but it's very unlikely that he's ever going to get less than what you bought him for. And you can use him and get good scoring out of him in SO5. You can, of course, sell him for profit, huge profit next season as well. So, yeah, that wasn't really the point of why I was showing Zaper and showing others. I didn't want to say, right, everyone go and get this player. But it was a case of, if you thought that rares weren't in a weird position, then this is the type of player which shows you that rares are in a really weird position. Because even an injured player like Zappa should no way be selling for less than £1. No way. So, and if you can do it, amazing. It's absolutely incredible. It's the perfect time to buy him. But it's just about trying to look through the low-end players, right? And then just thinking, okay, he's X amount of age. He's playing for this club. He's got a good contract. His scoring's good, etc., etc. And then just weighing up their value against their price. And when you can see, after doing that, that it's actually a steal, it's a ridiculous steal, then try and pick up those players if you can whilst they are in that price point. Yeah. You had a bid on that Zappa card for £1.25. Damn. Yeah, he didn't check, did he, the seller? But this is, I'll be honest with you, right? Okay. This will probably be one of the last points that I make on the stream. This example is actually kind of worrying for me. Not because this type of player has gone for so cheap, but also because that, if you think about it, I'm sure that if we hadn't talked about Zappa yesterday, then there would probably not have been like people buying him, right? But this is also a bit of a worry that even a quality, and I mean an absolutely quality player like this, right, can drop to about £1, and like there's not a flurry to pick him up. Like, as in, like, he could have just remained on the market for £1 and gone unnoticed, right? And the point I'm making here is that if you have enough demand in the game, then there are going to be enough people that are going to spot that and just think, shit, Michael Zappa is like £1, £1.50. I need to snap him up right now. Like, as in, like, no negotiation, no offer. I need to get him now before I miss out. Like, there needs to almost be that FOMO that kicks in, right? And there are so many players right now in the game, in Rare, that are so stupidly cheap that it's actually worrying that they are so cheap and that they're still on the market that cheap, because it then shows you the scale of how much the oversupply of cards in the game massively outweighs the demand, aka the active users that are searching, scouting, buying, playing the game. When you can have so many of these good players on the market for so cheap and they're not being snapped up, the fact that they're having to go that low indicates that there's just a big imbalance between supply and demand. Because this type of player and all the other players that we sort of talked about yesterday, they shouldn't reach these levels. You shouldn't have a Zappa that you can buy in limited today for 62p, that you can then buy his rare for basically 20p more. This shouldn't happen. In a properly balanced market, it shouldn't happen. It did happen, it's happening, so take advantage of it whilst you can before that gets corrected. And the other thing as well to keep in mind is that we're not even talking about a player here that has, like, say, 600 rare cards. If he had like 600 rare cards and I say, okay, I can probably understand why he's so cheap. There's only 61 of him. There's only 61. And Sorare won't be minting any more of him probably for the rest of the season whilst he's out injured. So, yeah, it's a disaster for the Sorare market. Even NBA rare or higher. It is a disaster, yeah. It's, you can even see it. Look, this doesn't make any sense at all. It doesn't make any sense at all. Got a tier 3 in All-Star round the weekend, by the way. I'm really looking forward to what it will be. Congrats to Beast, man. Please do tag me on Twitter later. The free tip scouts, Rare or Ultimate team? You mean Ultimate Champions? I don't think either or. I think both of them. You can play both of them. Thoughts on Eddie Nketiah rare, a very good long-term signing. Someone like Eddie Nketiah is probably not going to stay at Arsenal long-term. So, but he could get either loaned out or bought by another club and then become the starter somewhere else. So Eddie Nketiah is a good signing, which is why on Ultimate Champions, I went and bought Eddie Nketiah as my forward, as one of my forwards. Look, I bought him for about, $10. Look, $10 from BitHorse. Look, we see BitHorse in the channel from time to time. So I've basically bought a Nketiah rare, which is obviously the epic equivalent on Ultimate Champions. And the reason I bought him is because I think next season he could very well get a move somewhere and then start playing a bit more regularly. And he's still very young as well, Nketiah. He's only 24. And when he does actually play, he does very well. Oh, you mean Ultimate Team? Oh, okay. I don't know whether you can really compare them. I mean, I guess you can. I haven't played FIFA Ultimate Team in a long time, but I used to love it. I used to absolutely love it. There's probably things about Ultimate Team that I would love to see in Sorare, and there's probably things in Sorare that I would love to see in Ultimate Team. So I'd almost like to borrow from each and then just to create the perfect combination. Some Sorare managers are idiots. Listed a player for £5, so offered £4.40. And he counter offered for £200. Oh my God, that is mental. But you know what that is, Bouncing Betty? For some reason, I don't know why that guy's got triggered. Because if they have him up for £5, you offer £4.40. That's actually a pretty good offer. But you've obviously offended him, and he's done this. He's done that. He's basically done that. That's what that counter offer is. You know what you should do? You should almost now counter offer him on the 200 and counter offer for 20p. And then he'll get the point. All right. We pretty much reached the end of the stream, I think. What a stream it's been. So is there anything else we need to do, guys? Anything else? Any other questions or anything that you guys have? Anything you want advice on, or any players you want to run past me? We are going to end the stream with a raid because we haven't done a raid in a while. So I want to try and show, spread the love a little bit by raiding someone. About a year ago, I did offer somebody €18 and he came back to me for 13.37. The player went to the second league with 36 years of age. I should have double checked before accepting. Yeah. Did you buy him? Did you actually, you bought him in the end? You bought him for 13, thinking it was a good price, but then he went to the league that wasn't covered. We've all done it, Beast. Don't worry. I've done it myself. All that is left for everyone to light a candle for Porto today, definitely for Ligma. And then, yeah, I do. Hello to Abby. Hello. I do have a new layout, so hopefully you like it. Getting more natural light as well coming on helps too. Yeah, I much prefer this setup. Looks a lot better. So, but you've just caught us because we're just about to end. We've been live for about 5 hours now. Do say hello to Ziga for me as well, please. Abby, I hope you're good too. And then Arthur says, if I move to Rare next season, should I sell my limiteds? If you move to Rare next season, should I sell my limiteds? Probably, probably if you move to Rare next season, you're probably going to have to sell your rares the way that rares are becoming limiteds, really. I made an offer of $8 for Coombs and got a $4 counter. It was worth it, though. Good effort. Very good effort. Yeah, let's do a raid. So we've got a couple of minutes left. Let's do a raid here. So let's go and find somebody just to kind of help their numbers out. Who's live? Let's have a little gander here. So we've got Monaco. We've got Luca Ragnar. Let's look for someone who's doing some Sorare content here. It's only a couple that I can see. What do I think about Matthias Kleich? I think he's good. Yeah, I think he's good. I don't know how much he's worth at the moment, but I think he's a good player. And if you can get him for a good price, and you probably should, it depends also on what team you're going to be looking to build. But as an actual player, I like him a lot. I thought he was fantastic in the Premier League as well. Remitids. Yeah, Remitids. Let's go and raid Luca Ragnar. Let's keep it nice and easy, right? So if you're over on YouTube, you probably won't be able to join this because we're doing a Twitch raid here. But if you can't do it, then I want to say a big thank you to everyone that has jumped on from YouTube. If you do want to jump on this raid and you have a Twitch account, then just switch over to Twitch now. And then what we're going to be doing is we're going to be almost migrating over, ending this stream and jumping into another Sorare content creator. And we're going to be seeing what they're doing, what they're talking about. It's just a way for us to help them out and for you guys to connect to other Sorare managers that are playing the game. If you can't join, then don't worry. We'll be back again tomorrow at 12 p.m. UK time. And I'm sure there'll be more raids as well we'll do. I want to say, again, a big thank you to all the guys here today that followed, that subbed, that just jump on consistently, day to day, or whenever they can, and contribute in the chat and just make this a really cool kind of channel to be part of. So big thank you as always for the support, guys. It means a lot. And I will be dropping the winners of today's giveaway a message tonight, so you can claim the cards. I'll also be pinging out a couple of messages over on Twitter, so make sure you check those. Don't forget, in 1 hour's time, this is really important, don't forget that in 1 hour's time, you have the new supply drop on Pookie. So if you've not been able to pick up a Pookie ball yet, or a pack of stickers and you've been waiting to do so, then make sure that you are ready to go in 1 hour's time, because they will sell out very quickly. And again, if you want to just get involved in this game, then the link to do so is in the chat. Yeah, catch you on the next one, Noisy Steve. Thank you also, Abby, for the lovely wishes there. And thank you for jumping in. Yeah, didn't expect that, so that was a nice little surprise. We're going to do the raid now, so let's get it going. Thank you also to Tistil for the sub as well, man. Massively appreciate that. You guys are going to catch me in the channel anyway. So in Luca Ragnar's channel, I'm going to be there for a little bit. Just saying hello. But yeah, other than that, a huge thank you to everyone. Start lineup building for your teams for the weekend tonight if you can. And I'll catch you all tomorrow too. So thanks, guys. And I'll catch you tomorrow.